Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, February the 15th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. All right, let's get at it. What's happening this morning? So, well, market up this morning so far. Maybe tensions easing. Who knows? I read somewhere that this Ukrainian president is a former comedian, and he was just kind of kidding about the February 16th tongue-in-cheek invasion, which completely knocked the market down yesterday. The insanity of that statement, which caused what happened yesterday and on Friday, of course. But anyway, we do have some bottoming tails, though, and I am seeing them showing up on other charts. Sometimes our charts show bottoming tails that do not show up on other charts, but I am looking at an IB chart, a 15-minute IB chart, and I do see that same bottoming tail. So, because it's funny, because I was watching, and at that point the market was up on the SPY was up 7, and then all of a sudden I'm looking, and this was a red candle. I mean, that point that was a red candle. So anyway, we'll see. It may be just an outlier. However, we're starting to get a little bit weaker. You know, we're getting all these bottoming tails in a row now. We might be starting to see a nice fade right off the bat. Anyway, what else is happening? Now, the one thing that's happening with me is my news headlines for IB are not working. They're just no messages. So I'm a little bit hamstrung right now on some of the ones that are moving. I don't really know why they're moving, other than, of course, if it's an earnings play. I do know that LRMR is a gap down, and they were told that, I think they were trying to get off a clinical hold, and they are still on a clinical hold. You have the same problem, right, Kim? Yeah, it's interesting. But take a look at Vail. It may be just the exchange, because if I look at Vail, you do see headlines. But anything else like NASDAQ, I'm not getting headlines. But I look at Vail, and I am seeing the headlines. So it might be an exchange issue. I don't know. Maybe Vail's on New York. But most of the NASDAQ stocks, I cannot see any headlines. Now, lots to get to. RASN, gapping up this morning. Wainwright has put a $6 price target on them. Okay, so that is the reason for this pop. That's a huge pop. I wonder if that's right. Have they done a reverse split even? I have to look at that. Now, that's a massive pop based on that upgrade. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me that would be this much up just because of an upgrade by Wainwright to $6. But again, I can't really tell because I can't see the news. Yandex, okay, Russian stock. This is an earnings play, and again, if tensions are easing, but this is also an earnings play. Release earnings pre-market. Nice big gap up. EQNR is a gap down, and I don't know why. Drywell Northwest, okay, so actually our little headlines are coming through. All right, so they had a dry well. Not good if you're in the drilling business, okay, so they had a dry well. IPW, this is an earnings play. IPW is an earnings play. Big gap up on earnings. Huge gap up on earnings. So it is a buyout. Okay, thank you. When you see something flatlining like that, that almost for sure is a buyout. So thank you for that, PJ. Joby, Joby. Joby. Yeah, so again, let me check our news, see if we've got anything. Actually, our news is getting, it's not bad. Flying taxi startup Joby and airline ANA signed deal to bring eVTOL rideshare service to Japan. So there was some news. So that is the news for Joby. SBEV, I don't think there's any, well, I don't know. I shouldn't say that. I don't think there's any specific news on it, unless they're doing another financing. Drop pre-market after stock offering prices. Okay, so now the prices. Hey guys, our little news service is, I've not really used it too much, to be honest. I've been relying on IB, but right now with IB not showing the headlines. Okay, so $4 each. Okay, so the price, so they had announced the financing, I know earlier, and now the financing price is $4 for SBEV. ALLT, this is an earnings play, I believe. ALLT, it is an earnings play and is down on earnings. ALLT. This is up on earnings. Gravy, GRVI, is up on earnings. GRVI, at least it was. Pulling back a lot though. Up to 536, down to 494. That's a pretty big percentage drop. UPST. This is an earnings play. Nice gap up for it. UPST, nice, again, an earnings play. ANET is also an earnings play. And this is a nice gap up for ANET on earnings. It's a big, what sort of room does this have? I typically don't trade this price of stock, but for those who do, might be getting into a little bit of a resistance area already. So it's the gap up. Hard to know how much further it can go. Looks like there's pretty good resistance, only about $1 away. And this one, now this one was all over the place. LEGN, I do know the reason for this one. Now it was down here, it got all the way down to 30. It popped right back up to 37. And what I read was a clinical hold. FDA puts phase 1 study on clinical hold, so that is the news on. I'm surprised that it has rebounded. I'm really surprised it has rebounded so much. And SBSW, so a lot of the gold plays, of course, that were ripping yesterday, later on in the day, a lot of the gold plays are moving down. Again, I don't think there is any specific news on it other than the fact that gold had a nice flurry with maybe with all the Russia stuff, and now maybe the tensions are easing. I mean, who knows? An hour from now we could have a completely different look. I actually did see Agri also, AGRI. I did see it. Yeah, I think this is one. Yeah, I saw it here. I wasn't that impressed, but obviously since I was doing this work, yeah, it popped up to 221, came right back down, low float, and let's see if I can see any news on that. So Agriforce Growing Systems signs definitive agreement to acquire Delphi. So I guess so the news, the reaction to that caused a pop in the price. And American Airlines, I'm hearing American Airlines. Let's see. I don't think there's any specific news on American Airlines other than American flight attendant hit an unruly passenger in the head with a coffee pot after he tried to open the plane's exit door. Okay, that's good. IBRX, whoa, what happened with our IBRX? A little bit of a pop here. Any volume? All right, 9:10. Let's see what sort of upgrades and downgrades I have this morning from briefing.com. Morning Meta. Just gotta find it. There you are. Okay, not too many of each. I'll get the upgrades in first. Not too many upgrades nor downgrades from briefing.com this morning. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. Crypto is on the move. I'm hearing Riot and Mara. Crypto's on the move, obviously. All right, there's some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Yeah, I don't really have one meta. I don't look at it quite like that. I mean, you're looking at travel in general. Just take a look at jets. I mean, JETS, jets. There's your. So if you're looking at individual airlines, or you'd rather take a look at the ETF for the airline industry, but I don't have a specific travel stock that I look at really. I see that NCLH is moving again. But it's doing. To me, they're just too choppy. I mean, they can't until Jets does something like gets up here and really starts to rip. I don't think. It's just right now. It's just a crapshoot with these airlines. I mean, they have nice little moves, and then they a couple days down, little day up today, but they can't really get started. But so I don't have the question was, what's my go-to stock in the travel industry? Timothy, you can follow me there or in the YouTube room. This is a little more dynamic. We have two trading rooms that I moderate at the same time. I call this the main room. I'm going to give you the link for it. You can head over here. It's easy. There's a lot more action in that room, a lot more traders interacting with each other. Easier for me to give links. Oops, I put it in the wrong. So that is, and this is what it looks like. Traders will start coming in later all during the day, but there's a lot more action in this room, okay? It's the same thing. They see my screen, hear me. Yeah, the cash register sound is just when I post. I just posted some information about upgrades and downgrades. Okay, so if I post anything, that's what the cash register that is what the cash register sound is. And grab, okay, I'll take a look at grab. Yeah, so the first thing I see about grab, I mean, it's up. It's a huge float, 1.88 billion in the float. So it's a big float. So it's going to take, I don't see any reason why it's moving today. Yeah, I don't see any reason for it today. And unfortunately, my headlines for IB are not generating anything. So I look left and I see 631 is the next high looking left, and after that is 661. So it's it's got this little area. I don't know what to say about it any other than that. It's had a little pop this morning, but other than that, I'm kicking myself now. I almost wanted to take this short. I wanted to take this short right around here, around 360 for this LRMR, and I just didn't do it. I just flat out didn't do it. Now it's down 62%. So, to short, not that much volume though. 297,000. I mean, it's not that much volume to be down 62%. It's not a big float, 16 million, but I would have thought this would be trading millions based on the fact that it's down that much. But no, 32-inch monitor. Somebody asked what size my monitor is. 32-inch monitor, 4K. Nothing crazy. And I would say that probably when we look, what time is it right now? 9:17. Okay, time to look at the sectors. My guess, all the energy plays are down again, as potentially, tensions are easing. So what we're seeing here, these are the major sectors. Yeah, I'm wrong. I'm wrong, actually. I'm wrong. Let me expand this a little bit. So they have changed this up. This is over here now. Okay. These are the major sectors. And so when you look at X, in fact, oh no, I am right. You know what? They've changed this up on me. Before XLE was right down here. And so that's why I looked down here thinking this was XLE, but this is XLE. So I was right. Okay. Yeah, so there must have been, some of the developers must have changed around these ETFs. Same ones, just different order. Anyway, so there's energy. So what you're seeing here, this is XLE. This is the major energy ETF. These are the stocks that make it up. So when you see 100%, what that means is that compared to yesterday's close, 100% of them are down from yesterday's close. That's what that means. So you look at other, I don't like this. I like it the way it was. I think what they've done is, I mean, I can probably increase this. Let me just see here. Yeah, no. Well, they didn't ask me. Anyway, so take a look at other things. So look at communications, 95% of them were up. Probably, where's technology? Yeah, 94% are up. So yeah, usually technology and communications are usually around the same. So we've got a nice, so 94% of the tech stocks are up from yesterday's close, 95% of the communication stocks, healthcare, 89%. So again, the weak sector. I mean, obviously, if you want to play, you want to have today is not the day to trade an energy stock unless it has very specific news to it. If you're trying to go long, because, look at the sector, look at the overall sector, every single stock is down that make up XLE. But, I'm not saying that every single energy stock is down outside of XLE, but if it's up, it must have some very specific news. Either an earnings play, good reaction to it, or some specific news. Yeah, so Justin, I wouldn't recommend it. I think your system would bog down. I mean, yes, in theory, you can open up different channels and you can have them all up as long as you use the dock channel bar. I wouldn't recommend it. Your system may bog down. I mean, in theory, you can have as many channels open as you want. So here's a channel, right? Or sorry. So the question was, so if I go to Alpha Predator, okay, so here's a channel. So I could tuck this away in another monitor and then go back, new, dock channel bar, open up another channel, the pre-market channel. I could tuck that away on another monitor. You know, I don't know how many you could have open at the same time without it really starting to degrade your system. You know, the purpose is not to have, you know, 10 channels open at the same time. But hey, listen, go ahead and try it and see what happens. If your system doesn't bog down, great. But the idea then, again, so you want to open up different channels and have them up and running all at the same time, then you just keep, you know, new dock channel bar, open up another one. New dock channel bar, open up another one. You can try it. Okay, so this one to me looks like this is a reverse split, SBFM, okay? Yeah, there's no way, let me see if I can see the news. Uplisting to, announces pricing of an $8 million public offering and uplisting. So this is an uplisting to NASDAQ, okay? It's annoying with no headlines for Interactive Brokers. So those of you who are experiencing the same issue, before it used to be just, you know, I'm in Canada, it used to be just, sometimes we'd have an issue with our headlines and was only affecting Canadian subscribers. Is this US based also? Yeah, I just don't, there's no way. I mean, so this got an uplisting. Yeah, so this is like a tremendous reverse split, 6 cent, 4 cent stock. Are you saying, can you auto trade with trade ideas and Interactive Brokers? The answer is yes. I don't, but if you want to, yeah, you can create your own strategy, auto trade it if you want. If you're wanting to know how, this video explains it. Okay, there's 2 videos. I just put a Brokerage Plus link in, and there's 2 videos. The first video, the short video, shows you how you can connect to your IB account. And the second video goes into a lot more detail about, you know, how you can load your strategy in, auto trade it if you want. I mean, I'm not a big fan of auto trading, but hey, before I would auto trade anything, okay, I would use our simulator. You know, you can always use the simulator to see how auto trading would work for your strategy. Okay. Okay. Ooh, one moment, please. Well, you can trade the sim. Yeah, I mean, you just click on sim, and then when you click on sim, something like account, something like that should come up, and then you can just click on. I think a little. Well, let me do it. Let me let me do it from scratch. So I'm going to disconnect. So it'll say not connected. You click on sim underneath the Brokerage Plus, one of the options, and then it'll say select account, and then just click simulated trading default. But please, I mean, you know, if you're going to auto trade, you better practice first. You better see how it works. Bluetooth. Just a minute, please. Just give me a moment, please. I just have to reconnect my headset. Well, Timothy, you don't have to. I mean, if you don't want to use an emulator like Parallels or something like Amazon Web Server, AWS, something like that, then yeah, you'd have to use the web-based version. We have a lot of people who have Macs who, use Parallels or something like that as an emulation. People at Trade Ideas who have Macs who do that, or in fact, well, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, who's a very active trader, he uses AWS. Thinks it works very well. And the reason being is that the web-based version, it's okay. Don't get me wrong, it's okay. You only have one monitor, it's not, and you don't care about having more than 5 charts. If you don't care about being able to practice trading using our simulator, then the web-based version is fine. But if you want to practice trading, you have to be using our downloadable application as an example. AWS for the win. Sean's listening to me. I can give you actually, in fact, Sean, you guys did this podcast a long time ago. Let me see if I can find it. Mac users, okay? So this is for Mac users. This is a podcast that was done a little while ago, but it's still relevant, okay? So for Mac users, wanting to use our program, 3 ways. But if you don't mind using an emulation program or AWS, something like that, that would really be the way to go to take full advantage of the program, okay? All right, American Airlines, a little pop, but again, if you just want to take a look at the airlines in general to see if they're kind of all moving, just take a look at Jets, 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 your New York Jets. Anyway, Jets. So it's popped up a little bit, but again, there's that 200-day moving average above it. I just find it just got to really, really break out. 1 minute to the open. Thank you, William. Well, I may do some trading today. I didn't do any trading yesterday. A lot of questions to be answered, which is fine, absolutely fine. That's why I'm here during this test drive, but maybe a little bit of trading today. We'll have to see. Boy, that LRMR. Oh, kicking myself for not taking that short right around here. I was watching this at 350. Not very much volume though. It's to me, it's really strange that it's only 342,000 shares. This IBRX, guys, IBRX is it won a race a little bit earlier, and it's winning this race too. IBRX, you can just kind of see what's happening right now. All right, we're open. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Anyway, try to let things settle down. If my recommendation is if you're new to trading, I'd probably sit out the first 30, okay? Things can go up and down so quickly in the first 15 to 30 minutes. You can get whipped out of positions very, very easily. Yeah, so that's the... Just know this, anything under 100 is fine, okay, Justin? That's kind of your, why don't I see this right here? Here we go. That's basically your connection to our server, okay? So anything under 100 is good. All right, well, we've got the cryptos going a little wild right off the bat. Mara, Hut, little Canadian one, Hut. Okay, so the market, of course, big positive open to start. Dow's up 300, Nas is up. Let me just shrink this down a little bit so I can see it. Nas is up 200, SPY is up, so everything's up as we begin. Of course, this can all change. Look at Joby, guys. That's a big move for Joby. And I have to click on our headlines again. So this is a flying taxi startup. So this is an evil play, okay? And if you look left on Joby, the next high looking left is 548. So I mean that could stall it right there. It's not a low float. 300 million in the float, so it's not a low float. All right, so precious metals on the way down today with, and I'm just going to, with a grain of salt, tensions easing. So you've got you've got precious metals, and you've got oil. Energy plays are moving down today with theoretically tensions easing. Okay? And there's gold, not gold actually a little, but gold and silver. I'm just looking at some of the plays here. And meanwhile, we've got Mara, so we've got crypto. So Mara, in the first 3 minutes or so, my guess is that Riot is doing the same thing. Riot is probably doing exactly the same thing. Actually, it's not. So Mara right now is leading, Mara is leading Riot. Usually they trade pretty closely. I don't know if there's some specific news about Mara. But Bitcoin, let's take a look at Bitcoin, BITO, Bitcoin ETF. So yeah, nice pop. What's Bitcoin these days now? 40, what's the price right now? 44, 45? $44. Thank you, Jeff. Yeah, we've got some big movers, and so far, anyway, that first SPY candle is green, so it is not. These bottoming tails worry me a little bit, okay? I know our charts sometimes display them and others don't, but my IB chart definitely displayed that first one, so that may be just a complete anomaly. But look at gold and like precious metals, guys. Precious metals shorting. So what's the? This is the silver. This is the silver ETF. Somebody will know the inverse. What's the inverse for this? Look at, boy, kicking myself. It was an awesome trade. Could have been. LRMR, guys, continuing down. It might be awfully hard to get also, because the uptick rule is in full force. In fact, I just tried to get some just to see. I couldn't get a fill. Not because there are no shorts available, 1.5 million shorts available at Interactive Brokers, but when a stock is down more than 10%, this uptick, wow, look at this. This uptick rule kicks in, meaning that you can go in. I mean, typically when you want to short a stock, you just go in at the bid, and assuming your broker has shares, you get your fill. But if a stock is down more than 10%, sometimes what has to happen is there has to be some action at the ask, some trades at the ask, comes back to the bid. The problem is that you could be in a big queue of others that want to do the same thing, and that's obviously what happened to me, because I sat there for about 10 seconds at around 293. I couldn't get a fill. So just taking a look at some of the favorites that people follow. Favorites, I don't want to call it favorites, but I mean people following DWAC. That's a very choppy one, usually to try to intraday trade. CFVI, let's take a look at CFVI. Yeah, doing the same thing. Big topping tail, big sell-off. Not big sell-off, but you know, just in the first 15, I mean, this is exactly what can happen. You can think, wow, okay, I'm going to hop on this. And then all of a sudden it just drops 30 cents, 40 cents, 50 cents, a dollar, just like that. All right, we've got some of the EV plays, guys. Seeing China, NIO. I see Plug on the move. My guess is that, what's Riven doing? RIVN. What's Riven doing? Riven, oops, where are you? Yeah, so the EV plays are alive today. Okay, guys, I was mentioning jets before. I'm seeing American Airlines, UAL. I'm sure you probably pick any airline. Look at this. Here's your ETF for jets or for the airline industry. I'm mentioning that, you know, if you want to take part, you don't want to pick an individual stock like American or UAL. I'm pretty sure that they're all going to look just about the same as the ETF. You're right, IMTE was halted. So this has been a wild one in the past. Way back here, what year was this? This was back in 2018. I actually remember all this action for IMTE. It's a low float. I don't see any news on it. But it's been halted. And very low float, 6.5 million in the float, very low float, halted at 9:37 plus 8 seconds. So if this is a 5-minute halt, I can do the math, 9:42 plus 8 seconds. So we'll have to see if this opens, if it is a 5-minute halt. Even space is putting a little bit of move, a bit of a move. SPCE. Yeah, so what this top list is, so a race starts every 2 minutes. It takes my top list, it's all based on a top list, okay? So when this race starts, this new race will start in 30 seconds. It's showing the stocks that are moving the most in my top list, okay, at the start of the race. So one of the things about a top list is that, you know, you can sort your top list on different columns. A lot of people will sort, say they want to see the stocks that are up the most, say from the open or the close. And so that's great. You can see the ones that are up, but are they the ones that are actually moving the most in your top list? You might have something that is, you know, maybe not up the most, but it's in the middle of the pack and it's starting to move. So the races can identify moves like that, okay, if that makes sense. If you want a fuller explanation, let me just give you a link. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, I just put my homepage link in. Okay. Okay, I just put my homepage link in. So if you click on it, and then this is what you're going to see. And you can go to the scan section. Okay, I'm sorry, the scan section. I'm sorry, the education section right here. Click on the education section. And then click on the user guide. And then, if you scroll down, TI stock race, and this covers it, okay? This shows you, number one, how to set up your own races, and what it actually is trying to help you, like how it's trying to help you trade, okay? So I would click on that, and then you'll get a more detailed explanation about what the racing is all about. How I tend to use it is if I see something that is really like a big percentage, I'll click on it and just see where it is on the chart. And what is happening also here is you'll see numbers beside, okay? So for instance, I started running this, I was up at whatever, 4 in the morning, my time, 4:10 or whatever. So this is when these races all started. And so for instance, IPW won the race 11 times as an example. That's what these numbers refer to. So if you start seeing a stock that's winning a race over and over and over again, even if it doesn't look like it's moving that much, you might want to pay attention to it. When I say not moving that much, I mean sometimes it's, 39.39% is obviously not a big move. But if it continues, IPW continues to win these races, you start to think, okay, I better start following this stock. Maybe put a price alert somewhere, to see if it takes that out. Things like that. And it is still a work in progress. What I'd like to see, Sean, this is my recommendation too. Number one, make this searchable, or have the ones that are winning the most right at the top all the time, so I don't have to scroll down to see which ones are winning the most. You should see my screen, Dodo. Yeah. So can you hear me? Okay, so sometimes it all depends on your browser, okay? So I don't know what browser you're using, or you can do a refresh, okay? There's a gear somewhere. I don't know where it is for you guys, but there's a gear somewhere, and just do a refresh and see if that helps, or you can change your browser, okay? And see if that helps. I don't know. I use Chrome. The developer of the room, he recommends Chrome. But if you're using Chrome and you're not seeing my screen, then you can try Firefox. Okay? Okay, so I was asked for the video links for auto trading. Okay, so I popped in what's called, now first of all, the only way, if you want to auto trade, and you want to auto trade your account, you have to have an IB or Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account. Okay, that's the only way you can auto trade live. You can auto trade though using our simulator. I would, if you're bound and determined that you want to auto trade, then please practice in the simulator first. So the link I put in there, Brokerage Plus, there are 2 videos. There's a short video that shows you if you have an IB or E-Trade account, how you can connect. And then the second video, a lot longer, about 26 minutes long, goes into all the details about how you can, not just auto trading, but how you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus. Okay? IMTE just opened, and then it just got halted again. So that was a big pop. It got halted at 7:17, and then now, here it is at 7:48, and it's halted again. Now, one of the scans that I really like now, especially during earnings season, and we talk about earnings season this week, we've got about 500 companies releasing earnings. Next week, we've got about 400. So this is a window that I really like to pay attention to if I can really concentrate on it. And by the way, if you have questions, ask. Don't worry. Don't think, oh man, he wants to trade. I don't want to interrupt him. That's not the purpose of the test drive. Is for people to ask questions, so don't worry about that. I love this window though, gap continuation or reverse. One of the scans I am sharing, especially during earnings season. You'll probably see a lot of the ones that are in here are earnings related. Not all, but earnings related. So for instance, gap up, your alerts are happening quite quickly right now, but a gap up and reverse, IPW as an example. So what does it mean? The stock gapped up. Okay, it gapped up. There was the close yesterday. It gapped up, and now it's reversing. Now, does that mean it's going to keep reversing all day long? Of course not. If it were that easy, we'd all be gazillionaires, okay, based on that scan. But This scan has four alert windows in it. And, gap up and go. So if I look at CUK, which I know is, that's the Carnival, CCL is the other. So you can see gapped up and it's moving higher still. Gap down and reverse. This is an oil play, MRO as an example. So it gapped down and it's trying to reverse a bit. It's all early though. This is all still early. But that is a scan that I am sharing. Different browser work? Great. Dodo, what browser were you on that it didn't work? Just out of curiosity. Opera. Who the heck uses Opera? Wow. That's a blast from the past. Yeah, so all the scans I'm sharing, you can locate here on my homepage, okay? The question was, can I share that scan? So all the scans that I am sharing, if you click on my homepage, I'll put this in the other room too. And I'll just in a moment talk about Mara. So if you, in the main room, as I call the main trading room, my tab is always available. Barry's homepage, that's a tab, obviously right here. So that link to my homepage, always available there. So if you click on it, this is what you're going to see. And then here is the scan section, okay? Here are my scans that I'm sharing. So you click here, and this is the one I was just talking about, gap continuation or reverse, okay? But all the scans that I'm sharing are right here. And you don't load them all, okay? I mean, I have a lot of different scans that I'm sharing. I don't have them all loaded. You don't, that would be way too many to have up and running. But, you can take a look at them. I try to name them so it kind of makes sense. And something you might look at that and go, yeah, I'd like to take a look at that anyway. All right, take a look at Mara. Somebody asked me about Mara. Yeah, so it is typical. We got some topping tails here. Is this going to be the start of a little sell-off? I don't know. So, the first 15 minutes, first 30 minutes can be very choppy. And obviously Mara is completely Bitcoin related, so, but it got up to 28.65, so there's a topping tail up here. What that means, again, is that the buyers had it up here, sellers knocked it down, closed here, buyers tried again to get it up here. Sellers, they look like they're trying to get control of this right now. Breadth of market, I don't know if we have that, Justin. So I don't think we have that. Boy, the airlines guys, I mean, Sabre is in the sector. So the airlines coming into the 200-day moving average, very close. Jets is still, but a couple little topping tails here. What you'd love to see, get this economy going again, flying, etc. Of course, you want to see this breaking out. But look what it's doing. It's right at the 200-day moving average, 23.21, 200-day moving average, and it is stopping it right now at that 200-day moving average. My goodness, Dave King, that was my next door neighbor in Montreal. So I know it's not you, but this is somebody in our YouTube room, isn't he? 5-minute chart, top right quadrant. How do I get the white shaded area on my chart window? The white shaded area on your chart window. Not sure I understand the question. So if I can bring up a SPY chart. So here it is. So what white shaded area are you talking about? Guys, keep an eye on this Weber. Weber, WEBR was a very strange one yesterday. So Dave, I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean, but the white shaded area. So top right. So I'm looking top right, okay? I mean, you can go to select chart style, okay, and color and grid. Maybe I don't know if this is what you're talking about. You can basically now have any type of color combination that you want. All right. So if you're talking about, okay, so we have a dark theme, which I have not checked. So if I click dark theme, is that what you mean? So if I right click on a chart and I go to properties, and then one of the is that you can either have dark theme checked or unchecked. So right now I've checked it, that's why it looks all dark. And if I uncheck it, is that what you mean? You're not talking about these shadings. I'm not sure I understand what you mean, Dave. I'm really not, because I'm looking at the top right. I don't see anything that's out of the ordinary. If you're talking about these shadings, like the green shade and the red, I can explain that, but I don't know what you mean top right and kind of a white area. I'm not sure I know what you mean. Sorry. I can explain this. When you see this green as it gets a slightly darker green and then a slightly darker red. What this is meaning is that if you took the SPY right here, a suggested stop area would be here, okay? Whatever that price is. And a suggested target would be up here. That's all that means. I don't believe there is a dark theme. Sean, I don't know if you're still in the room, but I don't think there's a dark theme that you can apply to, all these other windows. With the charts, yes, but not to anything else. Is that right, Sean? Okay, thanks. But I can do a dark theme. Oh, but I'm on 6.3. I did not. I don't know what I'm on now. I'm on Dev 6.3. But maybe I'm misunderstanding because so you can create any color scheme you want now on the charts, okay? But if I go to properties and I click on dark theme, there it is. You're on beta 6.4, okay. Yeah, I had to go back, Sean. There's no way I'm having that beta 6.4. The reason being is that the chart slowed down again, so there's no way I'm going backwards. But here, I mean, you can adjust the color. You just right click and go chart style. Whoops. Chart style, and then click on color grid. Now you can play around with all of this. You can play around with all of this, okay? Yeah, well, I refuse to go backwards on that. can't post in the main room for some reason. I'll give you a link for the room. That should not be, Dave. I'll give you a link for the, you've got to go to our homepage and all, but this is the trading room link. It should not make any difference. In fact, it says you're a regular user. That doesn't make any. JK from the UK. All right. Ozone. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to really look at much yet. Ozone. Okay, so yeah, so this is a gap up and go. Headlines are back, guys. Headlines are back. Unless this is maybe a New York. Yeah, this is. Before I say that, let me check on another one. Okay, looks like our headlines are back in IB. Okay, so for instance with Ozone. So what I see here is the next high looking left is 2248. That's not that far away, is it? You see, it's just not that far away. If it could ever clear, up in this area, then it's got a lot of room. But right now, to me anyway, looks like it could easily stall right around that 2148 mark. Just look at that, you got a couple highs, that's 3 and 4 days ago, right there. Now, that doesn't make any sense, Dave. Are you saying that you are in this room here and they won't let you post? That makes no sense. That's a new one. Let me see if I can find you. Unfortunately, it's not in alphabetical order, but did you log on as Dave King? Dave K? Yeah, I wonder if this is probably sortable, but no. I'm just going through the list. I don't see you there, Dave, so I don't know what to say. I don't see you as Dave K. Yeah, I just don't see you on the list, so I don't know. Oh, wait a minute. No, there's Dave. Oh, there you are, Dave K. Looks like you've got two, though. I don't know. See, I see Dave K, and I see a little faded Dave K, and that shouldn't be. So I don't know what to say. Maybe click my link again, okay, to get in, and create another username. Try that. Other than that, I just don't know how to help you. Meanwhile, my goodness, guys, gold, precious metals, just plummeting here. So what is the market doing? So okay, so that first green so the first 15-minute candle green, next one red. So what we have, if you want to go long and you want this market to keep moving higher, better hope that this 443 holds and we don't get a big red candle and then moving down. Okay, one moment, please. CIDM guys on the move here a little bit. Oh, this is haven't seen this one for a while. This used to go a little crazy with AMC, but CIDM. Yeah, remember this way back here. This was a meme stock for a couple of months, but back here got all the way up to $6. Anyway, CIDM, some volume coming in, and oh, it's an earnings play. Okay, so February 14th post. So it released earnings after hours yesterday. That's the mauve area on the chart. You can see that's our after hours, and it's starting to move. Very cheap. I typically don't trade stocks, certainly under $1, but just pointing it out to you. Azul, another airline, not an American airline, but another airline. Go to Brazil. Boy, well, you know what? Nice to see. Did Jets take out that 200-day? Nice to see the airlines. All right, so there it is, 23.21. The next high looking left is 23.39, 23.50. So they're still, getting through all of this. Boy, that would be great if we can just get these airlines moving. So many sectors are moving. So here's another FSR EV sector. For fun, let's take a look at the sectors right now. Remember, so I usually check them about 20 after, 10 minutes before the market opens. So, and let's see if there's any dramatic change. My guess is that oil is still, oops, wrong one. Or the energy sector. Yeah, look at energy. Still, 100% of them are still down from yesterday's close. And tech is still strong. Look at tech. Look at communications and tech. 91, 96%. Okay. So every sector is pretty good except for energy. So again, if you want to take an energy play today, you are going against the trend. You better have a really, really good reason. Maybe it's a bounce play of something or some reason, but I mean, you're really going against the trend if you're going to try to take an energy play as we speak. Tank, good morning, Tank. Well, FSR guys on the move here, guys. So FSR, when you look left, 1278, 1238. So if all this weren't here, and it had a clearer shot up to this 15 level, this would be awesome. But it just could get stuck, in this area right here. It's not that far away. And KAVL is doing its thing, does this quite a bit. Look at the topping tails on the daily chart. KAVL has big, and then sell-offs. Not every day, but 1, 2, 3, so far 4 out of the last 7 days. big pops and then the sell-off. Now, these could come back, of course. I'd be watching maybe the 3 level to see if it can hold. Okay, AVL, low float, 11 million. Ah, okay. Smart risk levels, okay. Well, that's what I was sort of explaining before with the smart stops and the profit target. Again, a lot of these stocks that are trying to come back have lots of little pockets of resistance on the way up. So, I mean, you look at space, 980 could really stall it. Energy is down, yeah. Well, yes. I mean, XLE. Now, is it coming back or bouncing a bit? I don't know. But no, XLE, yeah. I mean, there's the major sector, so yeah. XLE. Rate of change of what, Justin? All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting happening. Boy, every sector, guys. Look at Uber. Remember Uber yesterday, or the last 3 days? What's Lyft doing? LYFT? What's Lyft doing? See if it's following suit. Yeah, so change in 1 minute percent. You can try that one, Justin. Okay, so again, if you right click on an alert window or a top list window, well, an alert window, and then type in change, you see all the different changes. So change in 1 minute, percentage wise. That's one of the ones in one of the scans I am, well, actually, let's just go to the momentum. So I go dock channel bar. So I click on momentum, okay? It's one of these are all theme-based channels. I click on the momentum channel, and you'll see, again, when you go through these channels, I'm trying to drill this home. You want to see what any one of these are looking for. Because it's a question, well, what is it looking for? Your clue is this, okay? Get into an alert window, right-click, configure, summary. Drill that in. Right-click, configure, summary. This is going to tell you, English language, what it's looking for. Okay, so these are the filter requirements. So if a stock meets these filter requirements and then it makes a new high for the day, you get the alert. Okay, it's a real-time alert. So for instance, you're asking, volume in the last minute, 1,000% of normal. That usually is going to mean, that there's something that, obviously the volume is increasing. Volume in the last 5 minutes, 400% of normal, okay? And you play around with this. There's no right or wrong. Well, Barry, what should I be using? Play around with it. If you want fewer alerts, you can use 2,000%. If you want more alerts, you can use 500%. It's up to you. There's no hard and fast rule for any of these filter values. We put it together for you as a sort of as a template, and of course you can always adjust. For instance, if you didn't like this price range between 1 and 50. Well, you just change it. Go in, click on the icon, and then you can always say if you wanted 10 and 100. I'll go back to my summary, see how it's changed. And if you liked this, if you really thought, boy, this is a great scan, I'd love to see it as part of my layout. Okay, so if you make any changes, of course you say okay. You don't have to change anything, but if you do make changes, and you say okay, and then you right click and duplicate into a free floating window. Okay, so now you've taken it out of this layout. Now it's a free floating window, and now save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, and save. Now I've already done this yesterday, so I'm not going to do it again, but save. So the idea now is that you can go to the different channels and take a look at the scans that we have created for you. And if you see something that looks interesting, you just go through that step of duplicating into a free floating window and then saving it to the cloud. Once you've done that, if I go to our toolbar, now click File, Load from Cloud, well, guess what? Now I did this yesterday, so that's why it's showing up here. Momo, okay? And you just load it and go to another one that you might have saved, load it. That's a way to create a layout, your own layout, without actually having to create any scan from scratch. I still have it. I haven't, I created this on Friday, I think. I still have it. I just haven't had a chance to really look at it, Jay. So there's Starbolt, SBLK, 10-day high, of course. So I haven't really had a chance to look at it. Not too many today. Okay, so you cannot change anything in the... You cannot change a channel like that, Jay, but you, Syracuse, sorry. You can create your own ETF list, though. Now, we have a ETF channel, I think. ETF Racing, okay? So a lot of ETFs are right here, okay? But if you wanted more, you'd have to actually create a symbol list. We call at the watch list, we call it a symbol list. And then you could attach that symbol list to a top list window or an alert window and monitor. But, we do have I don't know how extensive this is, but certainly, this is what we have for ETFs in here. But you can't add one in here. Okay, because this is the ETF. These channels are for everybody. So what I should have said also before when I went to the momentum channel, if I make a change here and then I come back, the change is not saved. The reason being is that these channels are for everybody. So the fact that you may want to have a different price range that you want to keep an eye on, that's not necessarily what everybody else wants. Okay, so that's why I'm saying you go to the individual channels, all theme-based, extract the scans that you think might be interesting to you, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time and create a layout like that. And then you just save your layout. File, save or share to cloud. Okay. Click on Untire, and you probably want to add some charts, maybe a single stock window or something like that. And click on Untire, and then when you do that, then give it a name. My first TI layout, and save it. Yeah, you can do that, Syracuse. You can do that, yes. See, here's a good example of a gap down and reverse, guys. LRMR, a gap down and reverse. That's a great pop. Right here, gap down and reverse. See, a lot of people like these sort of scans because, I'm more of a momentum player. So I'm always looking for stocks near the high or the low of the day. But, I certainly warm up to the fact that, these stocks that are beaten up can reverse, or the stocks that have gone parabolic, then in theory, overbought, can reverse on the way down. So if you like that sort of a look, then that gap continuation or reverse is a good scan. Now you can always The only problem is going to be most of the alerts that I'm getting now are earnings plays. So when earnings season dries up in about 3 weeks, probably won't get too many alerts. Now, you can always take this and massage it. In other words, my filter values in here are pretty tough. I don't want a lot of alerts right now, okay? It's not, you don't want to be inundated with alerts all day long. Look at this one, the basic new highs and lows. I've only have one in the lows. Why? And it's bounced up. But why? Because I've got a filter in here called the relative volume filter. Current volume is at least 8. That means for me to see this stock, a stock, meaning it has to be trading at least 8 times normal up to this point of the day. That's pretty abnormal. If I relax this and make it 3, I will get more alerts. But do I want to do that? No. I want to see, hopefully quality over quantity. Now, if I'm getting no alerts at all, then, of course, you have to maybe relax some of the filters so you get something. So, that's all about, creating your own scans, and I usually, before I do that, we're in this middle of the very beginning of this test drive. There's still time if you do want to sign up for the test drive. I'm just going to put the link in. All right, so I just put the test drive link in. When you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. So the test drive started yesterday. So if you sign up today, you'll get the balance of today and to the 28th. So you won't get the full 10 days, but you'll get the balance of today and to the 28th inclusive. So that'll give you about 9 trading days with trade ideas, okay? It'll cost $11.11. And it'll be just as if you were a premium subscriber. The only thing you will not be able to do is auto trade your live account, okay? You can auto trade using our simulator if you want to practice it. Take a strategy. You want to see how it would work in auto trade fashion. You can do that, but you cannot do it with your live account. You can do it in the simulator, which is what I would suggest you would do anyway. Okay, if you've never auto traded, auto trading is not for new people. I've never auto traded. I'm an old person, okay, in terms of trading. But I just don't auto trade at all. But I get it. Some of you want to try it. Before you would do it, I would absolutely practice in the simulator, and you can do that in the test drive. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. We don't put you into a subscription. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. Okay, so don't worry. That's a question we get a lot. And we only do this 3 or 4 times a year. I don't know when the next one would be. So again, you want to try us out. We don't have free trials. It's about as close as you're going to get. The other thing about the test drive. Oh, also, if you're a standard subscriber right now and you want to try our premium service and get access to the AI, you can do so also. We'll upgrade you for those balance 9 days. And again, the same thing. Once it's over, it's over. If you don't want to, you just tell us, hey, leave me at premium. Otherwise, we just automatically drop you back down to standard, okay? I'm going to go over the AI in a bit. Now, if you're part of this test drive and you're creating some scans of your own, some layouts of your own, please save everything to the cloud. Okay, individual scans, save them to the cloud. If you created a layout, save them to the cloud. Why? If you decide at some date in the future that you want to become a subscriber to Trade Ideas, everything that you're doing during this test drive is saved for you as long as you sign up using the same email. Okay? So save everything to the cloud, and you know what? If you want to take out a subscription a week after the test drive is over, a month after, a year after, 5 years after, as long as you use the same email, it's all there waiting for you. Okay? Okay, some other things that you're going to find on my homepage. So if you click on my homepage link, all right, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So, I mean, if you want to take out a subscription right now, great. Here's a promo code you can use. Barry4Alpha for 15% off, first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans. We have a premium annual, $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard annual, $10.68 a year minus the 15%. And the big difference is the AI. There are some other differences, but the main reason people may want to try out our premium service is to have a look at this. And I'll go over that in a little bit, okay? You don't have to be on an annual plan. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. Standard, premium, here are the prices. You can apply the 15% discount to the first month only. All right, so if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. At any time, though, if you do want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, we will honor the 15%. So more information on my homepage. You can get the trade of the week. That's free. It is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I didn't do one yesterday, and I don't know if I'll do one today again if I don't take any trades. But I typically do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. And then all the education that we have. If you click on the education link, now, if you're taking this test drive, or if you're just brand new to trade ideas, I would do this first, the 20 introductory lessons. Kudos to Sean if you're still listening to me. And you take the lessons, and why? Because this is a quick way to take a look at what the basic features are. Okay, what is a top list? Build a top list. What's an alert window? All the way down to the AI that we nicknamed Holly and Brokerage Plus. Okay. Now you can also, though, the user guide. There, you're still listening. Okay. The user guide, great user guide. If you click on the user guide, we actually have sections also. So I mean, if you do the introductory lessons, then this will go in a little more detail. This is an alert window. What are they? How to create them? What does it all mean? Top list windows, okay? If you want to learn more about this stock racing, we've got a section right here, stock racing. If you're into backtesting, you need our premium service for it. If you want to take a strategy and backtest your strategy, you can do it. Docking, you'll hear me talk about docking every now and then. Bit of an advanced topic, to create docked windows, but there it is. Also, it's a full table of contents that is searchable. Okay, here they are, but you can search on, virtually anything and find it. So it's a great user guide. Then, daily support session. So, I take a break between 12 and 1 every day. And again, you hear me talk about a YouTube room that I moderate at the same time as the main room. So when I take my break, one of the other traders takes over in the YouTube room. Today is Tuesday. So it should be Michael Noss. I'll verify that. Should be Michael between 12 and 1. I'll put the link in. And he's the guy, if you want to learn a lot more about using Brokerage Plus or creating your own strategies and automating and all that stuff, he's an expert at all that, okay? So I'll put the link in so you can head over to YouTube between 12 and 1, and he'll be there. So save up all your Brokerage Plus questions for Michael. Daily webinar. So we're on hiatus for a couple of weeks, but once we get back during the test drive, so once we get back to a normal schedule, you can sign up for them all here. And then back to basics. Again, Michael Noss put this together. if you're brand new to trading, or maybe even just looking for a different take or a refresher, this is a great little series he put together. I mean, it starts off with what is a stock. Can't get more basic than that, okay? So we've got, all this is free. All this is free. Only thing you have to pay for are my scans. You obviously have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas if you want to have access to my scans. So, a lot of information, these two sections, okay? Save my link, then you can look at this anytime you want. All right, Chloe, you might hear the pounding of little feet. Do I personally have any ETF layouts saved for the public? Well, again, that channel has a lot of ETFs in it. I personally don't have any, but I mean, in that dock channel bar, ETF racing. So here are a lot of ETFs. Okay. So I personally I don't trade ETFs. So, that's why I don't have a personal scan, but we've got a lot of ETFs here in this ETF channel. So okay, so Senna, the stock racing is always based on a top list. Okay, you have to have something in. You have to always start your racing from a top list. So low float windows, is that a top list? It has to be a top list. That's the only thing that's how you start a race. So for instance, this race here is based on my top list, okay? And you can't see the top list, but it's based on the top list. Does that answer your question? So if I wanted to start a race from scratch, for instance, I mean, this is a top list. Not a great idea because it does, but I mean, if I wanted to start a race using this top list window, I right click, launch it. Okay, and then I, create how I want the race to be. I'm not sure that's answering your question, but look at LRMR, guys. Look how well that. Talk about a gap down and reverse. So, I mean, you have to have a top list window, and then you start the race. So you could have several top list windows and a bit of top list windows. And you can have as many, well, I don't know how many you can have. I mean, you can have as many as you want. I just don't know about how the system will degrade. In other words, you don't want to have 100 top list windows running races, but you can have several for sure. Does that answer your question? I mean, you always have to launch a race from the top list window. And then you can have it run all day long by just clicking on the auto rerun. And then that's why this one runs all day long. It finishes the race after 2 minutes, and then it'll just start another race, and it'll do it all day long. I did not see the back of the envelope calculation. I wish I had, William. Yeah, I mean, that's all about what you're talking about, Syracuse, is creating your own symbol list. I mean, we call it a symbol list. I wish from day one, I wish we just call it a watch list like the rest of the world, but okay. But a symbol list, a watch list, you create, and that's all in the guide, how to create it. And then so once you have it, then you attach it to an alert window or a top list window, and you monitor it however you want to monitor it. Ah, I see. Okay, I got you. Well, Senator, you have to make the decision. If you have a bunch of top lists running, if you have a bunch of top lists, up and running, but unless you launch a race from the top list, then it's not launching. Then it's not racing within that top list. If that makes sense. You see, it'll like as long as you name your top list windows, it'll tell you the race it's running. So just because you have just so I completely understand or want to let people understand, you can have top list windows. Like I've got some top list windows here. These earnings plays, right? I'm not running a race in them. Okay, but if I were to run a race in it, then it would, and I've called this earnings plays up, I would see earnings plays up. So I would know that is the race it's running. Does that make sense? I mean, you give all your scans a name, your top list a name, and so if I were to, so I think I now understand what you mean. If you had a bunch of races that you would launch from your top list windows, and you put all the races side by side, you've got them named here. Yeah, take a top list window, like create a top list window that you want to run a race on, and then right click, launch real-time stock race. I mean, that's typically, if you want to run a race based on, what you want to see, then you create a top list window. And then once you've done that, then you launch, then you right click. No, it is not the maximum. It is not the maximum. For instance, what have I got? Running one over here. This is one that Steve created. I got this one called Pro Gaps Up, and I'm running a race on it. And there's not a maximum of 10. I think what you have to do, I'll let this race stop. Actually, let's try this one. Run it, launch it. And then I think I can just, so at this point it's 16, okay? You shouldn't have so many, because what is really supposed to happen is it'll replace, so something that is buried in the bottom will rise to the top. That's what this replace cars means. But I would watch the video, guys, okay? Watch the video that is done on stock racing. Like you might even be able to type it in. I was able to type it in. Okay, now but it went back to 16 for some reason. So it must be, something to do with this particular top list. But I wouldn't, you wouldn't want 100, okay? Like, keep it simple. Keep it really, really simple. I see why you were talking about BKD earlier. This was a 10-day daily breakout. You know what? Why don't I create a top list from scratch, and we'll run a race on it, and I'll show you how you can. So I'm going to create a top, so I'm going to click on New. Top list window, okay? I'm going to start it from scratch. Okay. Oops. Now it defaulted to the last top list that I looked at, I guess, so that's why it's called this. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to configure. Oh, you know what? I didn't, just give me a moment here. I'll do it again. New top list window. I want to start from scratch. Say load the settings and say OK. Now it's blank. Okay, never mind why these are showing up, but now it's blank. New top list. So I'm going to right click. Now I want to configure it. So all we start off with, okay, let's have a minimum volume of say 250,000 shares, 250K. Let's have a relative volume of 2, making it, trading at least somewhat abnormally. Let's put a price range of between 1 and 50. And again, you could just click on the, 1 and 50. If you make a mistake, for instance, you just click on the summary. Let's say I thought I typed in 1 and 50, and I actually typed in 1 and 5. I click on the summary. I go, oh, wait a minute, made a mistake. So I just go back. Okay, click on the summary. So this is how I'm starting. Okay, price between 1 and 50, current volume is 2. Volume is at least 250,000 shares. Now I start adding some columns because this is what I'll base my race on. So I can do a search and let's just I just want to make it super simple. I can go change from the close %. That's a column I'll add. I don't know if I can add a multiple at the same time, but let's see. Change from the open. Yeah, looks like I can. So I've added 2 columns. Just a second. Okay, I know what happened. I can only add 1 at a time. Just give me a moment. So I forgot the step about show column. Okay. Okay, so there it is. There's the change from the close, okay? I'm going to add the change from the open. Search. Again, do the change. And change from the open. Show the column. Okay. Okay, so now now I'll give it a name though. Okay, I want to give it a name. Configure in the summary, and now I'll just give it a name. Test drive top list. Okay, so now I've named it. Now, what I would normally do, of course, that I would always want to see, not that I'm going to run the race on it, but if I were really truly building something, I would want to, column. I would want to have volume. Probably want to have the relative volume. Probably the volume. See how it just moves over. Okay. So now starting to build a little bit. Now I can run the race based on the change, and I can sort now, of course. Okay. Now I'm going to run the race. Launch the race. Based on the change from, I'm going to put change from the open in both of these. I'm going to auto rerun. I'm going to click this replace cars. I want to run it for 2 minutes. And let's see what it allows me to do. Let's see if I can, I don't know what it's going to allow me to do, to be honest. Let's see. So I can, so whatever reason it's I know you can do more than 10, but let me just now do the race. Start the race. But that's in essence. So all I'm really trying to show you though is that you can take a top list, create it with some filters in, a price range you like, a minimum volume you like, and then you can run the race based on these column headers. We're running it the change from the open, but I could have run it from the change from the close. I could have run it the ones that are moving the most in the last 5 minutes, last minute, all sorts of, you basically any sort of a column header. So you can see Tissy is winning right now. Do I click on it and see what's happening? Sure, why not? Okay, so Tissy's winning this race right now. Winning the race meaning it's the one that's moving the most out of all of those. And I'll expand it a little bit. This, you see, this is what has to happen. This has to be at the top. But you see how it pulled right back. See, Leon just got booted. Well, look at Tissy, guys, go. Look at Tissy go, guys. That's a heck of a race. So now, you have to make up your mind if this makes sense to trade it. So I look at this and I go, a lot of resistance right around that 120 mark, okay? But, look at this. I mean, this is a great little race. And 8 seconds, 7, 6. So this is by far, the big winner. So now at this point, you might say to yourself, well, I should be following Tissy for the day. What if it takes this out up here? Does it have, look at all the room it could possibly move. Not today necessarily, but, maybe this is one that, for those of you who like to find stocks that are maybe bouncing off the bottom, maybe this is a good one. I don't know. Let's see the next race just for fun. Yeah, if you want to take advantage of all the latest and greatest, Ray, you should have the beta, okay? Download the beta from the website. So if you go to the website, you click on my home page. So you click on my home page and then scroll up to the top where it says download. And this is the production version, but this is what I'd be using for this test drive. Scroll down. I don't know why they didn't make I mean, listen, I think it's too confusing, but that's, I only work here. But this is the beta version that we're saying to use. So download this version, okay? Yeah, resizing the window, but that was fixed a while back, Pepe. I know exactly what you're saying. You increase the window and then you can, but that was, look at Lamar, guys. Now see, this doesn't look as dramatic as certainly the Tissy did. Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. When we first came up with it with the racing, we had to expand the window in order to, increase that from 10 or whatever. But that was fixed a few builds ago. But if it's still back in force, I have no explanation for that then. Okay, I'll do this one more time and let's just see what happens. Here's Tissy doing a, 0.55, like obviously 0.55% is nothing. But when we saw that at 6%, you could see the move. And see how Lamar pulled back, that red? Was up at one point, it was here and then it pulled back. Now let's see what's happening with CIDM. Well, a little bit of a move. Yeah, I'm very happy with Interactive Brokers. I've been using them for over 5 years now. I'm very happy with Interactive Brokers. I know horrendous. They charge half a cent a share still, though the light version is free. But I'm very happy with Interactive Brokers. They have a decent inventory of shorts Is it like Center Point? No, but you know, it's pretty darn good. And I have not found an execution problem. I've never, not once in 5 years that I can remember anyway, has it ever froze up on me. So for me, a brokerage account is all about reliability. You know, you can tell me all you want, not me, you, Dave, but oh yeah, but this broker is free and this and that. Well, if it's free and has fantastic reliability, great. But I keep hearing, the odd horror story about some of the other brokerages. I've never had an issue with Interactive Brokers, not once. Not in terms of execution and not in terms of having the platform freeze up on me, which is, to me, the most important thing. Is it the most fancy looking platform? No. But quite frankly, I just don't care. To me, it's a commodity. It's got an order entry. I see where it is, and it works. I don't care if it doesn't look that fancy. I have one chart. I have one chart, IB chart up, but other than that, I just use the Trade Ideas charts. Anyway, I'm going to stop this now. Just wanted to show you the only reason I have an IB chart is just to keep an eye on the channels. That's all. The linear regression. That's the only reason I have it up. All right, guys. Let's see what's happening here. What time is it now? 10:48. So just, quickly, I've been going over a lot of this in a sort of a piecemeal fashion. But again, if you're brand new, and you're not even part of the test drive, you're just in this room. First of all, I should always say welcome. Welcome to the room. This is the format. 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay, I open the room no later than 8 a.m. Sometimes it's earlier, but no later than 8 a.m. I get on the mic at 9. And typically what I do is I go from 9 to 3 live. And then at 3, I get off the mic, but I keep the room open until 3:30. Okay? So basically the room is open from 8 to 3:30 Eastern Time. And this is not like this because of the test drive. This is like this every Monday to Friday, okay? See, I anticipated your question, Senna. So what are we? We're a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. So I've already gone over, the fact that I share a lot of my scans, and we have a lot of scans from our toolbar. But of course, if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. So the good news is that you do not have to learn a programming language. So if I right-click on an alert window and click on Configure and search, when you see these icons, these are our alert icons. I'll explain what I mean by that. And then when you see these icons, these are the filters. So when you build your own scan, you always start off with some filters. Now, the other thing I just want to say, don't worry. A lot of people look at this and go, my gosh, I can't learn all those. You don't have to. Why we've done it this way is, well, first of all, most people will never want to learn a programming language. I mean, I used to have TradeStation a long time ago, and yeah, I mean, if you want to, learn how to use TradeStation's programming language, it's great. eSignal has a programming language. The average person out there does not want to learn a programming language. So we tried to create enough alerts and filters that for the vast majority of our thousands of customers with all the different types of trading styles out there, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if you want to create your own scan. So for instance, this is a scan, basic new highs, okay? And this is what it's looking for. So if these filter requirements, and this is what I'm saying, when you build your own scans, you always start off with some filters. You want to whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. And then, because if I just said, well, show me all stocks making new highs for the day, obviously I'd have thousands of alerts all day long. So I don't want that. So you create some filters to sort of narrow the universe of stocks down to a manageable number of alerts that you're going to get. So if these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these. So again, if you want to build your own scans, you can do so, of course. Now, our premium service includes the AI. Again, not having a great day, didn't have a great, only a couple of trades yesterday, really, I don't know, it's the market, a little choppy and stuff, so not really having a great day either, but this is what the AI looks like. New, click on New from our toolbar, and then click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Nothing else for you to do, okay? This is the window that you'll see. If you save this as part of your layout, and then you open trade ideas tomorrow before the market opens, then this will be blank, okay? And you just wait for the alerts to happen. You will not get an alert until at least 9:35. You can see right here the earliest alert was at 10:02 today. How many alerts do you get during a day? You know, it varies, of course, depending on the market, but I would say probably no more than 15. Yesterday, let's see how many we had yesterday. And we had 3 yesterday, okay? So not a lot of action in the AI, you know, and it's nature of the market, I guess. What happens with the AI is there are about 50 let me just explain one more thing. You have an entry price. You don't have to get in right at the price, and you have a stop. I mean, I never take anything, be it from the AI or any of my scans, until I click on the alert and then check to see what's happening. Hence, I'll never auto trade. You know, I'll never ever auto trade. If Michael Noss is listening, I know he hates me saying that, but I'll never auto trade. I always want to see what's happening. You know, it takes me I'm obviously a fairly experienced trader, so I can size up something very quickly if I want to take the trade. You know, what is the market doing? Do I want to go long when the market is maybe starting to all of a sudden puts in a big red bar? Do I want to go long something if I see, you know, the 200-day moving average is sitting not that far away, or I see some resistance on top? Okay, so that's why I want to always take a look to see what's happening. Yeah, so Dave, that's 4 o'clock my time. Okay, that's Eastern. I'm in the West Coast. So we really hope we'd have it ready for the test drive, but obviously we don't. But we are looking to expand the trading time, or when our scans start, to that 4 a.m. Eastern time. But I cannot tell you when it's going to happen. We actually thought it would happen by now, but there's something going on that I don't get involved in it. The developers will let us know when it's ready. Yeah, so I don't know. You might have to ask that question, Justin. I'm not an ABC pattern guy. Maybe one of the other traders has something like that. But as far as VWAP trending, no. You can set up scans for crossing of the VWAP, things like that, or showing stocks close to the VWAP. But VWAP trending, no. But as far as an ABC pattern is concerned, one of the other traders may have something like that. I personally don't. So I'll just ask you to go to info@trade-ideas.com and just ask if somebody, pattern scanner. I'm not a big pattern scanner, but I mean, here we are. If you click on an alert window and then do search, okay, and then candle patterns. So here are the patterns that we have, or candle patterns that we have, or if you're looking for a geometrical pattern, here are them here. Well, I don't know. I don't know, Justin. I mean, again, you might just ask the question. Somebody might, one of the other traders may have. Oh yeah, I got a pattern for double bottoms. Okay, a scan for double bottom. I personally don't, so that's all I can. But we've got 5 other very active traders, and so just ask the question. Now, William, don't have to ban you. All right, give me a moment. Just pouring the last bit of my coffee. Just give me a moment. Okay, so yeah, it's amazing how many Trade Ideas customers that we have that don't know this room exists. You know, and I've been doing this since in this format since 2015, October of 2015, in this format, sharing my screen and being live on the mic. So you guys were saying MGI is a buyout. Yeah, that's, you can tell it's a buyout or takeover bid by Madison Dearborn. So I guess that this has been in. I think this has been kind of rumored for a while now for MGI. Okay, so Justin, I mean, I'm not trying to. I just don't have those strategies. Okay, the best thing to do is again info@trade-ideas.com. One of the other traders may have something like that. Okay, just send an email and say, hey guys, anybody have whatever you called it, an ABC pattern, VWAP trending? Okay, one of the other traders may have something like that. You're gonna, if you're gonna stick around, I'm sure you are. Michael may have something. He'll be in the YouTube room between 12 and 1. Okay, he might have something that you might like. Okay, so I just have my specific way of trading, and so there are patterns. I mean, could I try to figure something out? Possibly, but I can't do it right now. And why do it? Why do that if one of the other traders has something readily available for you? Well, again, we had that double bottom, so it will scan for that pattern, giving an alert for it as an example. ABC, I don't know. I just don't know. Now, what I've noticed, let me take a look. Okay, I should go over this. What time is it? 11 o'clock? Go over the Brokerage Plus window. Ooh, this one came on, guys. So, Wave D. This is interesting. So, this had earnings today. I'm sorry, it has earnings tomorrow before the market opens. Wave D, Wave Dancer. So this is an IPO from a couple of months ago. I know. Only reason I'm seeing it, I noticed it got halted, and now it's resumed. Okay, so I am getting the word. Okay. So to have more, yeah, to increase your race participants, yeah, you have to do this. You have to make the window larger. I guess it's, it's a screen. I don't know if you have to keep it larger, but maybe to start the race and then you can have more participants. But, not everybody wants to have a large window dominating their screen. So I guess stretch the window out and then you can increase the number of participants. And then hopefully you can shrink it back to wherever you want. Gotcha, Brad. Okay. And the delta, I usually always have that checked, so... All right, let me talk about the Brokerage Plus window now. This is a big blue window that you see that is called Brokerage Plus. And I shall put the link in. Okay, so I put a link called Brokerage Plus in both rooms. So if you click on that link, you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video that shows you if you have an Interactive Brokerage account or an E-Trade account, how you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay, now this is only available though if you're using the downloadable application. Okay, if you're using, just a minute here, if you're using the web-based version, this is not available. So that's number one. Number two, and please listen carefully, because some people come in the tail end of this or they get confused. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner, first and foremost, okay? We happen to have this feature. It's an option that if you do have one of those two accounts, you can trade from within Trade Ideas. If you don't have one of those two accounts, it's okay. You can still use Trade Ideas. Just want to make that perfectly clear. And obviously, even if you have an IB or E-Trade account, you don't have to use this, but it's a great feature. It's an option. It's there for you. The second video, it goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window, okay? And also, how I like to demonstrate it, though, is as a simulator. If you're new to trading, or even if you're an experienced trader, but you're maybe wanting to try out a strategy, you can always use our simulator. And our simulator uses our real-time data. Okay, it's not based on. You don't even need a broker. Okay, if you're just starting out, all you need is our standard service. You want to practice trading, and you're not sure about who you want to get as a broker. That's okay. You can use our simulator. It uses our real-time data. It has nothing to do with whoever your broker is, or as I said, you don't even need a broker. It is really simple to use. You just click on an alert. You notice, so I clicked on CFVI. Notice the symbol shows up. I pick how many shares I want to trade. I pick the price I want to get in at. And then if I want to buy it, I just click buy, the big buy button. Very, very simple. So let's just do one. And I'll talk just a little bit about money management at all, okay? So let's just say I want to take this CFVI. I'm going to take 200 shares. I'm going to explain why. I'm going to buy, the spread's not terrible, so I'm just going to buy it. It should probably come in at around 495, I think. 492, okay. I'm going to put a stop at 1442. I'm going to explain why I'm doing that. And you'll see on the chart, you should see something that's going to be very close to minus 100. There you go, minus 99, okay? So, when you get into trading, My advice is this: you should have some kind of a checklist. In fact, you should be looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. You should have some kind of a checklist that if you cannot check every box, then you don't take the trade. Now, you can't make your checklist like 100 boxes, okay? You'll never take any trade. Now, I can't tell you what your checklist is going to be. You know, that's what the practice will come into, okay? For me, because I'm only seeing things that I potentially want to trade based on a price range, a minimum volume, a minimum relative volume, maybe how much the stock is up from the open. I can check a lot of boxes already for me based on the scans that I create. And then my next step, of course, is clicking on the alert, and then I can size up. Do I like the way it looks? You know, what's the market doing? Is there near-term resistance if I want to go long? Is it near the 200-day? I mean, I can do this fairly quickly, and that will determine whether I take the trade or not. Okay? So you take the trade, but guess what? Even if it looks fabulous, you've been able to check every box. It's an earnings play and fantastic earnings. The reaction has been great, or they have some great news. The reaction has been great. Then all of a sudden it turns against you. It'll happen. Even the primo setups can still turn against you. So that's why you should, in my opinion anyway, have a stop. The stop is the price you're going to get out of the trade if the trade doesn't work. So you notice here, I put a stop at 14.42. It happened to be 50 cents away. I wanted to do that to make the math super simple. Because the next step is, okay, if you get the idea of a stop, okay, now what does that mean? Well, how much you're going to risk on the trade. In other words, how much, if the trade doesn't work, are you prepared to lose on the trade? Now, if you have a $5,000 account, you obviously shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. In the simulator, I like to demonstrate risking $100 a trade. And you should keep in my opinion anyway, your risk amount about the same every trade. In other words, you don't risk $100 one trade, $500 the next trade, $2 the next trade. You know, you try to keep the risk amount the same. That's how I trade anyway. So you notice it says minus 99. How did that number appear? Well, I had a 50-cent stop. Okay. Entry was 14.92. My stop, you know what? It didn't. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to adjust these columns again. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment. Okay, I want to do this off screen. I know why this happened, but just give me a moment, okay? I just want to adjust the columns, get rid of the ones I don't need. Okay, well this is, I still have a little more adjusting to do, but this is good enough for now. Okay, so you notice here I've got a stop price at 14.42. My entry was 14.92. That happens to be 50 cents away. And I did that on purpose, okay? Because that share size me. How did that do that? Well, if I'm going to risk $100 on the trade, and if I get stopped out for a 50-cent loss, 200 shares times 50 cents equals $100. Okay? Or, looking at it another way, if I divide 50 cents into $100, I get 200 shares. So, you know, I don't take the same number of shares every trade. You know, my stop is not always 50 cents every trade. And here's where the practice comes in, because you might say, well, okay, great, but how do I know where to put a stop? To make it really simple, I mean, the way I do it, I mean, I try to size up a chart and I see where there's some support, where I think there's a support area. So if it broke down through that support area, I don't want to be in the trade, okay? But if I were starting out, this is what I would do. Very simple. I may put my stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. That's a very defined number, right? I mean, you can just see, you can just look at the previous 5-minute candle and say, that's where my stop is, okay? You can practice that way. Instead of the way I do it, kind of sizing up where I think there's a support area, it can be a little bit subjective, but the low of the previous 5-minute candle, that's a definite number. You know that number. So you can start off doing that. And so then the difference between your entry and that 5-minute low of the previous 5-minute candle, and then you take that difference, divide it into how much you're willing to risk on the trade, and that'll share size you. Okay? Now, obeying your stop. Here's a harsh reality is this also. If you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to trade your account, okay? I mean, trading is not easy. There's some work involved. I mean, to learn our program and all, but trading itself is not easy. You've got to put the time and effort into it. So that's why we have a simulator. Practice, practice, practice in the simulator. If you cannot make money in the simulator, there's no way in the world you'll make money when you start trying to trade your live account. But unfortunately, even then, if you can make money in the simulator, still no guarantee you're going to make money when you start trading live. The reason? If I lose in the simulator, oh well, it's not my money. It's just, it's play money. I mean, I think, you try to treat it like it's your real money, but, human nature being what it is, it's not going to really affect you. All of a sudden, you start trading with your real money. So here's the first thing that can happen. You go through your checklist, you take the trade, you think everything looks good, you have your stop, etc., etc. You're all excited, that first trade. And then it starts not working, and it starts approaching your stop. You just won't get out. You can't believe it's not working. You will not obey your stop. So you don't obey your stop. So instead of that $100, it turns into $200, $300, $400, $500, $600 lost before you finally exit, and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. Okay? And that's because, we get stubborn. We all do. Look, we all get stubborn. We can't believe, you let your ego take over, and because you cannot believe that this setup that looks so fantastic isn't working. It's going to happen. You just take your loss and you move on. Guess what? You take your loss, you move on, and it may set up again exactly the same way, and you can always take the trade again and see maybe the second time it'll work. Maybe something happened. Market conditions slightly change. Something happened. Maybe the second time it works. Almost as worse is not obeying your stop, allowing it to turn into $200, $300, $400 loss, and then it does rebound, and then all of a sudden you're making $200, $300, $400 on the trade. And you pat yourself on the back and go, I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop. Well, of course that can happen. Of course it can happen. And it can happen many times, not obeying your stop, and then it bounces back for you. But all I can say is from the school of hard knocks, I know it's a cliche, but I had nobody telling me all this when I first started out. And I wouldn't obey my stop because I just allowed, and then things would come back and I'd go, great. And then the next time I didn't obey my stop, I don't have to, because remember the last time I didn't obey and I made lots of money. And, oh, well, I'm only down 500. Oh, well, I'm only down 1,000. Oh, well, I'm only down 2,000. I mean, I'm telling you, money management is so critical to trading. Trade Ideas is a scanner, okay? It gives you ideas. It doesn't teach you all of this, all right? I mean, hopefully, it generates, if you have a scan that generates decent ideas, of course, that's the whole idea of it. And the AI, I mean, a couple of days, the ideas haven't been great, but, that's what we are. We're a scanner, we're an idea. Just because I get an alert doesn't mean I pile into the trade. So again, obeying your stop can be so critical to lasting, if you truly want to make this, it can be a hobby. You can have like another job or something. But if you want to make it, certainly a party, like a business, Money management is critical. Now, if you keep getting stopped out, all right, every time you take a trade, you keep getting stopped out. Well, then, of course, you have to start adjusting either A, the types of scans that you've got, and I was talking about using the low of the previous 5-minute candle, but maybe, you've got to re-examine your checklist. Like, why are you taking these trades? Are you taking a trade that is, bumping its head up against the 200-day moving average? In my opinion, you shouldn't be. Are you taking a trade when it's bumping into some support or resistance on top? That's why I'm very selective. Even if I weren't moderating a trading room, obviously I didn't take any trades yesterday. I may not take a trade today. That's okay. But even if I weren't moderating a trading room, I was only trading maybe 3, 4, 5 trades a day anyway. I was trying to be very, very selective. I'm not somebody that has to be in a trade all day long. I know there's some of you out there that are, trading junkies and you need the action and you want to be in something all the time. And I'm not going to say, if you can make money doing it, fine. But if you're new to trading, here's another thing. I would never be in more than one trade at a time. Even myself, I'm rarely in more than 2 trades at a time. But if I'm just starting out, I would never be in more than 1 trade at a time. So Cell Phone City, so the question is from our YouTube room. If I use the web version, will I be missing out on anything? Yes, in my opinion. First of all, if you can use our downloadable application, always use that over the web-based version. Okay, it's more robust, it's easier to navigate, etc. Also, this window that I've been talking about for simulation. If you don't care about, practicing trading, then and you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, and you don't care about trading from within Trade Ideas, okay, then, this window called Brokerage Plus, it's not available in the web-based version. It may not be as important to you. But again, if you can use the downloadable application, the app, I would always use that over the web-based version. You can have more charts. You're limited to 5 charts in the web-based version. You can have 10 standard. If you're a premium subscriber, you can have 20 charts. If you're into, those are the 2 main differences. No Brokerage Plus. Also, the ease of moving things around on your screen if you have multiple monitors. The web is fine if you're a laptop, one screen. A desk or a laptop or a tablet, one screen, and you're not like what I would call maybe a super active trader, yeah, the web is fine. Web-based version is fine. So when you say with both versions, are you talking about the web-based version and our app, Syracuse Pro? Brokerage Plus is only available with the app. Oh, premium and standard, yes. Yeah, the only reason you would want premium typically is you want to have access to the AI. Now, the AI, yesterday and today, nothing really happening, okay? That's the usual reason why people want to have our premium service, is to take a look at what the AI is generating. And or if you want to auto trade, you need our premium service, you want to auto trade. Otherwise, standard is fine. Brokerage Plus comes with the standard. You can trade from within. You just can't auto trade. No, because it's a tablet. You have to use the web-based version, Timothy, on a Chromebook. Okay, Justin, so the question in our YouTube room was, how can I find stocks with a low float, gapping up in the pre-market with heavy volume? Okay, well, I can give you my scan that I use in the pre-market, and you can adjust it. Or I can show you where it is anyway, and I'll show it on the screen. So one of the scans that I use, this is what I use in the pre-market. Excuse me, if you click on my homepage link, okay, where are you? Okay, you click on my homepage link. These are the 4 scans that now you can also, okay, these are the scans that I use in the pre-market, okay? Pre-market actives up and down, gap up and down shared. So for instance, the pre-market actives up, but I'm going to show you what it looks like. Standard version is fine for yes. Okay, so this is what I use. So if Justin and anybody else, this is what I use in the pre-market, okay? Notice I've got float, and I've got short float percent, but I've got float, okay? So you could just, if you're looking for low float, so you can sort on the float column. So again, you can have this as an individual window, pre-market actives up. And so you could sort on the float column. And so that's going to show me stocks that are low float, okay? And the volume, I mean, it depends what you consider is high volume. But if you wanted to create it from scratch, you would just have a float column, you would have a volume column, and whatever you would consider is high volume, a minimum 100,000 shares, whatever that number is. And the gap up is you just use the change from the close. Okay, that would be the change from yesterday's close. And that would show you stocks that are gapping up in the pre-market, low volume, high volume and low float. Again, what you consider high volume, that's up to you. But you can use this, and you can use this as a template. So for instance, this is looking at, so you could use this as a template. So here's the volume is at least 110,000 shares. You maybe want to add that to 100,000. There's the gap, okay, 3%. You want to make it higher, 5%, and then you could just add the float. Relative volume, you cannot use the relative volume filter in the pre-market. If you have the relative volume filter in the pre-market, then you will block any data, okay? So you cannot use the relative volume filter in the pre-market. However, the volume today percent in the pre-market is kind of a very interesting one to have. Because, for instance, if I were watching, now this is running still, okay, but obviously if I load this at whatever time before the market opens, that's when it'll start to work. If I saw, for instance, 49% in the volume today percent column, and this is in the pre-market, what that is telling me is that it is already in the pre-market traded 50% what it normally does over the last 10 days. So that could be very significant. Obviously, this is not significant because the market's open, but if I saw this in the pre-market at 50%, that's pretty significant. That means in the pre-market, it's already done 50% of what it would normally do over the last 10 days. So but you cannot use the relative volume filter in the pre-market, okay? Oops, just 1 second, my Bluetooth just died on me. Just give me a moment here. All right, guys, give me a moment here. I just got some, just trying to get my Bluetooth working again, and I'll be back in about 3 or 4 minutes, okay? And I'll answer your question, Justin, okay? Just give me about 3 or 4 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back, and so Justin, here's what I'm going to do for you, okay? And anybody else who wants something like this, I'll create the scan from scratch. I'll give it to you, and you can have it. You can modify it as you see fit. Just let me do one thing before I start. Okay, so Justin is looking for stocks, low float, gapping up in the pre-market with heavy volume. Okay, so let's start from scratch. I'm going to create a top list window, new top list window. Okay, I'm going to start from scratch, click on the start from scratch, load the settings, and say OK. Okay, now it says new top list. Now we start building it. Now, configure, search. So you want volume. Now this will be up to you. If you're listening to me, what minimum volume do you want in this free market? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Maybe he's gone. Well, I'll start to do it. Okay, so volume today, I'm going to add the filter. Okay. Well, you don't want a minimum. Well, you need a minimum. I mean, you don't want, like, what if it trades one share? Okay, I'll. Guys, guess what else is moving today? Our GME and AMC on the move. Okay, Justin. Well, I need something. Here's another interesting one that showed up: the gap down in reverse, or EQNR. Yeah. Well, the problem is that okay, Justin, I can't build it exactly like that. I mean, I can't build it exactly like that. I'm sorry. I mean, you can start off with this. Let's just put a minimum volume of, remember now, we're talking pre-market. We'll put a minimum volume of 50,000 shares. I mean, if you don't like this, then, you don't have to take it. But, and then I'm going to search on the float. And let's put, I don't know, is 10 million the most you want to look at? I mean, you can adjust this. And then the gap. No, let's put 10%. So right now, you are seeing stocks where the volume is at least 50,000 shares, up 10% from yesterday's close, with a no more than a 10 million float. Okay, we can't do that. We can't do that, Justin. Okay, if that's what you're looking for, we cannot compare pre-market volumes of previous days. If that's what you're looking for. Okay, so I'll just scrap this then. Well, we don't have the data points. Okay, we just don't. I mean, the question was why? We don't have the data points. We don't have a data point for pre-market volumes. All right, guys, gap up and go. AMKR is looking again though. Look at this. This would have been. This is an earnings play after hours yesterday, and pre-mark. Unfortunately, 2337 is so close. So can you see what I see? Do you? I mean, when I'm looking at it, when I get an alert and I see something like this, I get okay, that's kind of interesting. But then I look left and I see 2 days where the next highs looking left are very, very close. If this weren't here, let's just say there was a clear shot to, before we saw the next high in the daily chart, to say $24, then I'd be saying, okay, this has got promise. So ozone, the same sort of thing. I know. I think Jay asked me about ozone earlier in the day, and you know it wasn't bad. It was around 2140, but look where it's coming into. These two highs right there in the daily chart. I know you guys were talking about SRTS earlier. Yeah, what a move! Nice, 3-month move, 4-month move, I guess, from 4 to 10. Are the meme stocks alive again? BBBY. What is that one doing? Well, TRD, if I can answer them, I will. If I can't, I will direct you to somebody else. But go ahead. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Playboy. Haven't seen Playboy for a while. No jokes. PLBY. Yeah, it's got a little bit of room. I mean, the next high, 1625 is the next high looking left, and after that, it's about 1726. Okay, so TRD, are you saying, for instance, I've got this docked. Okay, here are my windows, or here are the scans and a single stock window in this docked window. This is another docked window that I've got. In theory, I could place everything in one big dock window. Is that what you want? You have to have. So is that what you want? You want to have like one giant dock? So I mean, if that's the case, yes, you can do that. So TRD, can you hear me? All right, guys, it's 11:42. I just want to confirm that Michael will be in the YouTube room at 12 o'clock. All right. First thing, TRD, you've got too many windows. Okay, you've got to start paring them down. 30 windows is way too much. You'll get overwhelmed by all the information coming at you. Okay, you just got too many. You know, that's my first advice. I mean, you've just got too many windows, too much going on. But the thing is when you talk about accessing from the taskbar, I mean, if you've saved your work, then you just file load from cloud, and you just load your layout, and then your layout will appear. So I'm not quite sure I understand what you're. But if you've got 30 windows open, that is way too many. When a stock hits a new low, does it ever go back up for a day traders, or is it a bad buy? Well, for instance, in this gap, continuation or reverse. So look what happened with LM. We had a gap down in reverse, or LRMR. Okay, a gap down, and then it reversed. Now that might not look like a lot, but on a percentage basis, it went from 278 all the way up to 384. So to answer your question, I mean, when you say, does it ever go back up? Sure. Ever is a long time. So sure. And that's one of the scans I got, is a gap down and reverse as an example. And again, that's part in my layout, or my home page. You just have to go to the scan section, and that one definitely looks for a gap down and then reverse as an example. I was using popular race cars. Now it's gone. Like the channel is no longer there. That's a tough one, Justin. What? So from new and then dock channel bar, what were you talking about? The friends and stock racing? Which one were you talking about? This is, I mean, those are the three. These are the three ones that we've created for racing. Within all of the other, not all of them, but within a lot of the other channels we've got, we do have racing. Popular cars, I don't know that one. I'm sorry. I mean, popular cars was the friends and stock racing, okay? Because these are symbols that a lot of people know are popular. Okay, the GMEs, AMC, Teslas, and all that. I don't have anything that I have ever seen that's called popular cars. But these are it. Popular stocks. This has to be it. So Fang and Friends, it's called. See, popular stocks. Maybe take that channel bar. Okay, take the channel bar, new docked channel bar, and expand it. Just do this, and you should see all the channels. And I mean, you should see friends and stock racing. I mean, if it's not there and all these other ones are here, then something bizarre is happening. Okay, there's the price and volume right beside. So if you take the channel bar, okay, new, docked channel bar, maybe you're just not seeing it because it's right underneath, it's right between price and volume and S&P 500 stock racing. It's right there. Let's take a look at the S&P 500. I mean, this is something I personally wouldn't be using, but some of you may find a great like for it. Here's a 10-minute race. What it's going to do, it's going to be looking at the S&P 500. Who's moving up? Who's moving down? Okay, and it'll run this race for 10 minutes. And so you can see the stocks in the S&P moving up versus the ones moving down. Some might like that. And this is a 10-minute race. So, I mean, this is something that if you wanted to, just to keep an eye on, the stocks in the S&P that were moving either up or down, you could take this window. Oops, not that, don't shrink it down that much, but and you could just, keep an eye on this if that's what you want to do. Let's look at that. Let's take a look at the other one. The price and volume. This one should be showing stocks that are increasing relative volume. Okay. All I can do is show you these. You have to, how you're going to trade this, it will be up to you. Okay, if you can find a way that, something is really starting to move and you click on the alert, click on the symbol and you check the chart, you say, yeah, I like it. Okay, so Dave, you need to be on our latest beta. Now, not in the default, it's the dock channel bar, okay? Not the channel bar, it's the dock channel bar. I wish I get rid of the channel bar. Okay, the dock channel bar is what everybody should be using to see the different channels. The reason being is that you can have your own layout up and running. And in the past, we used to only have this channel bar. So what would happen is, if I click on that and I would load something from this channel bar, the old channel bar, my layout would disappear. Okay, so now I would never use that. I don't even know why we still have it. There must be a reason, but it's beyond me. I would always use this dock channel bar because, yeah, look, now my layout is still underneath. You can see my layout is still underneath, right? And I've got now a couple of layouts from the channel bar up and running. I mean, before, our channel bar was really nice because, it's all theme based. Some days, maybe EVs, the EVs are going crazy. Electric vehicle sector is going crazy. And so we had a channel for it. Problem is that if you had your layout, I think a lot of people were reluctant to constantly, to sort of surf through our different channels because their layout would disappear. Now, you've saved it, you bring it back from the cloud, but it was a bit of a pain. Now, you don't have to do that. Just use the dock channel bar, and now you can just go and surf through the different channels. And as I said before, if you see a scan that you might like, and how would you know if you like it? Well, just right-click, configure, summary. Now, this is a symbol list of just electric vehicles. Okay, or the sector. That's all it's looking at. So obviously, as I mentioned earlier, there's NKLA. Nice little break on the daily chart, right? So, I mean, people are always looking for potential swing ideas. I mean, if you think the EV sector, now this has been a beaten up stock. If you know the history of this has been a beaten up stock. But hey, maybe it'll start to come back and fill in this void. Maybe. Okay, guys, it's for those of you who've been in the room enough, today is Tuesday, and that is leaf blower day, so that's the noise you might hear outside my window. Not in Vancouver. Boy, this space has been... You want to print this chart out, guys. I mean, look at the 15-minute chart here for space, okay? And even the 5-minute chart. What a great trend. Let's expand this. And this is what you really want to see. And that came in the gap up and go. So let's take a look at space, not just on the 15. Obviously on the 15, it's been straight up. More importantly though, look at a 5-minute chart. So we had one little pullback, I wouldn't even call that a pullback, one little pause. So just one little pullback and then straight up. I'll bet you even on a 2-minute chart, it's not bad. You know, little pullback, really nothing here. I mean, this has been a great, strongly trending stock for the day. This is what you really want to find, you know, and it was found in the gap continuation or gap and go, because this gapped up and it went, and that was early on. First alert happened at price was $9.29. You can see right there, $9.29 at $9.45. Now I put a delay on this. Okay, I put a delay on the scans. I don't want to see anything until at least 15 minutes to the after the market opens. You know, that's just a personal preference, because I don't want to see too many things like gap up and go in the first 15 minutes. They can go up, down, up, down, up, down. You know, I want to have some kind of a trend established, and even after 15, it doesn't necessarily mean it's an absolute trend that this is going to happen, but boy, this is what you really want to see. We got at least one gardener with that, yeah. All right, guys, I'll be taking my break in about 2 or 3 minutes. I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. Before I do, test drive is still open for people who want to sign up. You'll get the balance of today plus 8 trading days, okay, with trade ideas. Okay, so when you click on the test drive link, this is what you'll see. So again, you will not get 2 weeks, okay? It's over on the 28th, including the 28th. That is a week, the 28th, okay? And it includes the 28th. So you'll get the balance of today plus 8 trading days with our premium service. It'll cost $11.11. And also, if you're a standard subscriber and you want to try our premium service out, you can do so. We'll for the $11.11. Once the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. Nothing to unsubscribe from. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay? The only thing you can't do is auto trade anything. Okay? That's the only thing that you can't do with this test drive. But you all know my feelings about auto trading, so shouldn't be a big deal. And as I've said several times, if you're in the test drive, anything that you do, be it creating a scan, a layout, save it to the cloud, okay? Save everything to the cloud. Because if you decide to take out a subscription at any point in the future, and I mean any point, 5 years from now, as long as you use the same email address that you used for the test drive, everything you've done will be there for you in the cloud. So you don't have to recreate everything again from scratch. Also, saving things to the cloud makes a lot of sense if you have multiple devices. You can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. So I'm on a desktop, I have trade ideas on my laptop, I have trade ideas on my tablet, okay? You can only have trade ideas open one device at a time, but if I bought a new laptop, all I have to do is download the program and then I can load everything from the cloud. Everything, I don't have to recreate everything from scratch, each device. All right, I'm just going to put my announcement. Whoops, wrong. My announcement here. Just waiting for Michael to show up. Maybe earlier, but this is typically how long I take a break, but it might be earlier. And oh, he's streaming. Okay, Michael's there. Okay, so I'm going to put the YouTube link in so you can head over there. Michael is streaming now. I just have to stop my stream, then you can just give me a moment. Where are you? There we go. So here is the YouTube link. Actually, Michael's a good person to ask about adding more technical indicators to the charts. We've added quite a few over the last year, but you can head over to YouTube. Okay, Michael is there right now. I'm going to stop my stream, and you can ask him.
All right, everyone, let's start by testing the sound here, see how that goes. And if I did that right. Sweet. Okay, so everything's working. And I got chat up there. Awesome. Okay, everyone, welcome. There might be a couple new people here for the live stream, but essentially, if you are new here, we take. I know Barry's doing a lot of Q&A, but usually he's just trading throughout the day, and then we take an hour off into the live stream just to say, open up to ask questions, whatever you guys want to know about trading or trade ideas or anything like that. I expect there's going to be more basic questions for the next week because, as you guys know, we're having a test drive. If not, we are, and there's a link right above you there that Barry posted in that will get you into that. Basically just means you can test the system for 2 weeks. So, there's some, there might be some new people in, but just about myself, I am looking for, basically I'm a chartered market technician and more or less a quant trader in a way. So whereas most people I kind of consider them fundamental technical traders, I'm a quantitative technical trader. So instead of looking at news or events or something and then using charts to enter, I look at algorithms and then I use charts to enter. Right. So that's one of the reasons. So that's a lot of the stuff that I do at Trade Ideas is building algorithms and doing that kind of stuff in from there. So you can ask any question you want. I've been using Trade Ideas for like 15 years, and I've been consulting here for 5. So just a little intro to me for anyone here who is new. So I see some questions right away. Hey, Mike C. And we'll go from there. Great to have you. Is it possible to create a list that are make list ranking returns based on relative strength compared to the SPY? Well, first thing I would check out if you're interested in relative strength is under new and market explorer in your channel bar. You'll get to this window, kind of looks like this, and you can right click on it, and under symbol windows or server windows, sorry, you can find TI strength. So this is a proprietary trade ideas relative strength indicator. Sean, I've been standing all day and I'm going to sit. There's nothing you can say about it. But yeah, so this is a proprietary relative strength indicator that's built in trade ideas, and it's doing not just versus the SPY and the NASDAQ, it's doing relative strength ranked upon all of the other individual securities as well. So this is like way more detailed than what you're asking for there. So this will be relative strength based off of a handful of different indicators, some proprietary, some not. So think of, a distance above moving averages, things like that. This refreshes every 10 seconds. So I think this would be probably your best place to start, especially if you're a test driver. We also have some, let me see if I can find it here. Trade ideas, strength alerts. We've actually back tested this algorithm as well, and versus the S&P 500, and you can see how it performed from 2017 till date. I have to update this in March as just a way to track what would happen is if you rolled a portfolio of relatively strong stocks versus just holding the overall market. So I think that's immediately probably your best bet to look at, is just to say, hey, let's look at this algorithm. If you want to do a little bit more customization, the only thing I can think of offhand is if you open up an alert window and then go to the search box and just type in sector. You can see these sector breakout from open, or sector breakdown from open, sector breakout from close. What this will do is it will match the security you're looking at versus the sector that it's in. And a sector breakout from open would just mean that it's moving relatively stronger than the actual sector is itself. So this is a bit of a more brute force way to do it, but I would highly recommend checking out the TI strength algorithm. It's just a way to get started. Just a really good way to kind of have a lot of that work done for you. It's mainly, as a swing trader, it's where I find most of my trading in. Just because Twinkie's looking interesting. Just because of the back test of it. And again, I like to, every trade I make, I want to make sure there's some sort of statistical advantage to it. And then I figure through risk management and chart reading and that kind of stuff, I can expand that out. So hope that answers your question. That's where I would look. I definitely, just as a side note, I think you're on the right path. Relative strength trading is boring, but man, is it easier. It's just easier. So I do a lot of relative strength stuff myself because I just think it's the way to go. It's not fun. It's not exciting as, buying something that's crashing and hoping that you'll catch the bottom, but the whole sleep well at night is going to do that for sure. Any plans to add more technical indicators? Oh yeah. Yep. So I do a lot of the math behind the technical indicators and stuff like that. We're actually getting some dev help in now to just focus on pushing the indicators I want out to the chart. So we got a bunch there now, but yeah, there'll be more on the way. All right, so this is the list of indicators we have currently on the chart. There will be much more coming out. That will start to probably maybe a couple weeks to a month. That will probably start really getting cranking. Next one is going to be the money flow index. I already spoke to the dev about that, so we'll be getting more for sure. So already set up auto run. That's the problem. It's not auto running. There we go. So yeah, long story short, yes, and more detailed, like, not just yes, we would like to, but we have things planned. The strike indicator. I'm not too sure what you mean now. That we have a 3-line strike scan, might be what you're talking about. And that's just, if you don't have a Market Explorer window up, just go New Market Explorer. If you don't see that Market Explorer option, then you just need to update to the latest beta. But when you get there, you get under this under Server window, when you have that Market Explorer window up, just go down to 3-line strike. And it just takes a second to load up. And then here's all of those. So oh, there's nothing in there for a while. It's like, what are these? But yeah, there's just nothing in there for a while. Makes sense with the market selling. So if anyone doesn't know, the 3-line strike is just 3 candles down in a row and then a big engulfing candle that engulfs all of those. You can see there's nothing really going on there. It's just because, right, if there's nothing there, there's nothing there. Twinkies, yeah, relative strength in Twinkies, ranked 3. On the Squeeze Me channel, is there short activity alerts? What does this look for? Yeah, that's exactly what it looks for. Let me bring, so we'll go new and docked channel bar. Just want to make sure I have this pinned so I don't lose it. Yeah, it's pinned. So yeah, under the channel bar, the Squeeze Me, which is right down here, that's looking for exactly that. It's take a second to load here, but yeah, it's looking for high short float stocks that are moving currently. So this alert window, again, I keep this alert window right here. The hedge funds could be in panic mode. It's essentially just looking for stocks that are making new relative highs and have heavily short floated. So Zillow, for example, it's got a 15% short float. You can see right here. So 15% short float, and you can see this thing's up like 3 days in a row. So what's interesting is you've got this little high at like 64.50, give or take. So basically that's what this scan down here is going to show you. The rest of these are just stocks that are, instead of are alerting you as it goes on, they're stocks that are just saying, hey, this one's INVA has a doing relative volume of 26% and has a short float of 34%. So this INVA might be something that it's time to take a look at, right? And so, and same with the Squeeze Me on the top. This is just sorting by stocks that are up a bunch, and it's going based off short float as well. So that's everything in this channel will be short float related. If you're looking for alerts, right, this is going to be the main one to look at, because this is just going to pop up as things happen. Whereas this is a good way to scan for, like, if you want to be preemptive in your trading, right, you can scan for short floats. So are you saying lock on channel strength alerts? You can use the channel if you want the strength alerts for sure. That's just right here. So it's the one that's kind of cartoony, little comic book kind of thing. But yeah, this channel is going to have a lot of relative strength things in it. So first thing that will open, and if you guys are Trade Ideas users, you have access to this all the time. And again, apologize, this is a virtual machine that I probably should have given a little bit more juice to for the stream, but I keep forgetting to do that. So this is you'll have access to this, and this will have the top 5 strength alerts along with entry prices and stop losses. And these update every week, sometime on the weekend, Sunday or something like that. Usually Saturdays or Sundays, right? You can see saying, hey, look at 400, stop probably 380. And that updates all the time. If you're not a Trade Ideas member, you can actually get access to that email for $17 a month for just the email product. And that email is the performance chart that I showed you just a bit ago. That's where that came from, is the stocks from this email. So that's kind of a standalone product, but we don't ever want to sell something as an email product and not give it to our main users, so it gets updated here in the system. And then those 5 symbols are also right here, right? So TLK looks like it's the only one up today. I think only CAG triggered, maybe TLK did today, I don't know. Yeah, so TLK would have triggered just today. The rest of them, I think CAG triggered, and then the oil ones haven't yet because oil's been pretty weak. Yeah, CAG would have triggered yesterday, down a little bit today. But then it also has this window on the bottom, and what this does is it uses the same algorithm that's used to find the same algorithm used to find those 5 symbols is in this box right here at the bottom, and this refreshes every 10 seconds or so. So what you'll find in this name is just things that are in kind of prolonged uptrends, stocks that are strong. The reason behind this, if you haven't studied this kind of stuff, is that trading relative strength is the most tested way to trade that has consistently outperformed the market, since there was a market. And the theory just being that institutions, when they get into and out of positions, they take an incredibly long period of time. So if you want to live, I always say, if you want to live the easier life, you just look at where the institutions are plowing their money into and you hop along for a little bit of the ride. And that's what relative strength trading is. There's like a human psychology thing that we want to buy the stock that's tanking, but that's just harder. Imagine buying Peloton anytime in the last 2 years versus buying Twinkie anytime in the last 2 years, right? Which of those do you think would be easier trades to do, right? And the other thing that you can get from it is themes, right? If you're going through this relative strength list and you notice that, like, so for example, I think there's a lot of like metals related stuff in it right now. So then you might go, okay, that might be the way to work. Maybe there's something going on in the metals sector. That's something that I gotta take a look at. And if later you're looking at it and there's a lot of technology names, like during the pandemic, you would see names like Zoom and Peloton and DraftKings in TI strength, Netflix, that kind of stuff, because they were outperforming the market. Now you see a lot of things like oil and the boring kind of value names, and it's because that's what's been outperforming the market for the last 2 years. Any growth type names like Peloton, Zoom, whatever, you've just been getting killed. So there's the people who are still trying to buy and trade those that are kind of, in my opinion, they're living the hard life, and the people who just transitioned and said, okay, well, now oil's strong, so let me ride oil for a while. And eventually that will stop being the thing that's strong, and it'll be, I don't know, resources or airlines or whatever it is. It just makes your life way easier if you don't have to think about it. Like, I'm just going to buy the stuff that's strong and do that. Too much to ask. How do I create a list of tickers setting higher lows after double bottoms, low of day bounce? Don't currently have access to that. The best way to go to see if we have something you need is always going to be just the search box, right? So if you go in, right, and you type, for example, double bottom, right? We have a double bottom scan, but we don't have a higher low after a double bottom type of a scan. So you could search for the double bottom, and then as those things come through, put them off into a list somewhere to look at later. But yeah, just not that particular scan. And it's best, you can search for a lot in here, and it's probably the best way to go. So like low, for example, because you were looking for higher lows. Here's everything that we're gonna have that has anything to do with lows, and lots of stuff here. Nothing really that meets that, but maybe something that you end up liking. So, the more you guys ask questions, the less I'll waffle on about stuff. But this ASLN I like, but I think this has earnings. Yeah, has earnings tomorrow night, and that's too soon for me. If you guys are new, anytime you see a red box around earnings or a yellow box, it's just warning you that earnings are soon. And it's just important that, right, if you're trading, you make sure you're not going into something that has earnings in the next few days, because that's going to be kind of a crapshoot there. The SPY seems to be holding up pretty well. The looks like the whole Russia fear is kind of over with, and for now, anyway. Gap up today, and then intraday has just been a chop fest. We have, I think I'm right about this, that we have FOMC stuff tomorrow. Let me check. So, today and so tomorrow we got retail sales in the morning, and then we have FOMC meeting minutes in the afternoon. So that might be why we're getting a little bit of chop later today. If you're going to make a big bet on the markets, you're probably not going to do it like the day before earnings. You'll wait a bit. Can I trade a strat that I create from the odds maker and apply it to simulated trading? Yeah. So first, save that window to the cloud. So once you save it to the cloud, then you'll just go into your Brokerage Plus, right? Connect to the simulated trading. And when you right click in the strategies tabs, you'll just click load from cloud. And then you find it there on the list, right? Load from cloud, and then away you go. Right? It will import whatever your last backtest settings were. So it will import, the hold time, the stop loss, that kind of stuff. Yeah, the alert window. You'll find that and you'll put that in there. Yep. So first save the alert window to the cloud, and then go to Brokerage Plus and go to the strategies tab, and then load it from cloud. And then when you apply it, just go in and edit, and then go through. And so, for example, the account, you'll have to have that pointed to the simulated trading account, and then just go through these tabs and make sure this is all kind of like set up like you like it. And then when it's in there, every morning you'll just have to load that up, connect Brokerage Plus to the sim, and then just when you have it highlighted, just click enable selected, and away you go. And it will just trade away based off whatever you put in there. When I try to backtest the Momo or the Gap or Go, it does not get positive profits. Can you show how to set better parameters? Again, so what you do when you're creating a strategy is you create the idea behind it, and then you go through and you try to figure out how to to backtest it. I just can't give you a working, profitable strategy. If only it was that easy, right? So you have to find out whatever meets your written and tested trading plan and then go from there. Note that none of those things are designed to just be you buy the stock that goes in there, right? That's just not how trading works. What they're meant to do is they're meant to help you find stocks that are based off your trading plan. Same thing as if you're going to automate trading, just saying, I want to automate something that makes me money, that's also doomed for failure, right? You want to automate your trading plan that you've worked so hard on. And I always say, if you don't have a trading plan, stop what you're doing, make your trading plan, else you're just gambling and things will not end well. But so no, none of those things outside of the AI are meant to just be blindly, and even the AI, we don't suggest just blindly trading any of those. It's just not the way trading works, right? Trading is a very lonely and kind of difficult road, but it starts with what is it that you like to trade and why, what fits well with your personality, right? Building a plan around that and then finding scans to suit that for you. I just started the test drive. I thought back test is a way to refine my trading plan. Well, yeah, you can. You can once you put your back test in there. You just said you use some stuff from the Momo scanner, which isn't your trading plan, right? That's just scans. So once you have your trading plan built into Trade Ideas, you can back test it and see how it works. But it's not going to tell you how to trade better. What a back test will do is it's just a back test. So it will say, if you had done this, this would be your output. It's not going to say this and then this is how you actually trade. What you do is you put your plan in there and you can back test and say how my plan would have worked over the last 64 days. And then you can make some tweaks to it and say, well, what if I change this about my plan, and then run the back test and see what happens. So again, it's not going to just tell you what to do, but it tells you what would have happened, right? I'm a day trader. What channel might work best? Again, it's going to you can day trade in an infinite numbers of way. So it's going to be entirely up to the way you day trade. But the two that I would look at probably would be, or the three, would be Barry's channel, the Alpha Predator, and the Momo channel. Simply because if you're a day trader, you're probably looking at things that are really moving and putting out a lot of volume. And those three channels will really focus on where is the volume going or where is the momentum going right now. But as I was talking about before, these aren't trading strategies, right? You just don't do them. But what it will do is it will point you in the direction of, hey, this is something that's getting a lot of volume right now. Maybe you should take a look at it and then kind of filter it in. But again, it's one of those, trading is such a personal thing. Like most cases, what this is going to show you, it's going to show you stuff that is putting in momentum and pushing higher. So if you're a pullback trader, you may need to take these. And remember, when you get a scan, it's not just an all or nothing thing. Like, you can take this scan and then modify it, right, and change it based off kind of what your plan is from there. Are the AI strategies auto-refined or do they stay fixed? They are auto-refined and auto-filtered every single day. So we basically, the long story short is, in the AI, I built, and some others in Trade Ideas, mostly me being the nerd that likes to build algorithms, but we built, say, 70 algorithms within trading. And obviously not the best day for this, but find me something that prints money every day and I found you a liar. But it's so we built these like 70 strategies, and they're things like buying breakouts and breakdowns, buying pullbacks, things like this, just well-known trading strategies. And then what it does in the back end is it refines those strategies every single night. And then it ranks them. So, for example, sometimes it will take a strategy that maybe worked yesterday, and then it will take that and it will refine it with that new data, but maybe it's not looking well today, right? It looked great yesterday. Maybe it's not going to look great today. So it won't even present that anymore. So it not only has to be back tested and refined down, but even after it's back tested and refined down, it still has to be kind of robust enough that it makes sense. Because we're not going to, you can overfit stuff, and for any of the math nerds out there, it's just called curve fitting. They'll all know what I mean. But you can fit data to do just about anything. So it needs that refinement on top of that, where it says, hey, yeah, we could get something maybe that looks profitable with this strategy, but we had to really kind of curve fit that. So we'll just drop that out of the equation. So it needs to not only be refined, but it needs to be robust. So not only do each of these strategies change every day, but each of the ones that you see will change every day, because what worked before is not going to work now, kind of thing. So it will cycle out strategies depending. And a lot of it, like volatility, for example. If you're in a low volatility environment, buying breakouts and stuff like that may not work as much. If you're in a really high volatility momentum environment, buying breakouts make way more sense. I want to know how I can have every hold on. I had to look that one. Window into a single window. Well, you can dock windows if that's what you mean. So for example, I have this dock right here. So if you're just trying to combine everything into a single window, all you do is you open up your tools and your options, and then go down into layouts, and then you can click open in docked window. So now every window you open will go inside your docked window, right? So you go new, and let's just open a top list, and let's pick a random top list, and then that will go into this window right here. Right? So that's how you get anything new into a topless window. Now, if you have or into a docked window. Now, if you have a floating window somewhere, so let me just make this a free floating. So you've got a floating window like this, and you want to put this into a docked layout. You just right click on it, and into the duplicate in, what you can do is say duplicate in. So this one, I'm going to duplicate it in TI strength, which is the name of this dock that you see behind it. And when I duplicate that in, it will push that into the dock as well. So, right, go to your options, make sure things that are new, that are opening into a new window. And then also, if you have anything free floating that you want to put into a dock, you just right click and you duplicate in whatever that dock's name. And if you don't have a docking window open, you just go new docked window. And the beauty of that, and we'll just name it stream, the beauty of that is actually when you open your first docked window, you'll get this web page that will actually walk you through a text-based version of everything I just said there. So that should help that out. My alert windows aren't alerting anything. Yeah, so, well, the first thing, if your alert windows aren't alerting, is your main bar here, is this green? If this is green, then you're connected. If your alert windows aren't popping anything up, then there's just nothing that meets that criteria at the time. If that's red or yellow, you'll just have to contact support because you probably just had a problem with your username or password entering that correctly. So if it's green, then you're connected and everything's good to go. Just means whatever alert window you're looking at, nothing's really alerting. You can't change that. That's just the way the market goes. And plus, if you look at the SPY today, we're putting in this tiny little green candle that's doing nothing. So it could be whatever you have in your alert windows just needs the market to move, and the market ain't moving right now. So nothing you can do about that. You could also go into the settings of your alert window and see maybe you have something, a little too tight somewhere or something like that. You can maybe loosen it up. When you wait 30 seconds for the race to start, is the data still counted? Or is it 30-second wait time? Yeah, so the data is still counted. The reason it waits 30 seconds is because it's based off a topless, and a topless re-refines itself every 30 seconds. So basically there's the data updates every 30 seconds anyway, so you're not missing anything. If I enlarge a window, can I set it to stay that way, or do I have to do it in every layout? Well, once you would have to do it on every window that you move it to whatever size you want. But once you get it like that, make sure you save it to the cloud. So if you go File, Save to Cloud, and this box pops up and you click the entire layout, once you have everything set up the way you want, you can just click Save to Layout or Save to Cloud, and then that will, everything, the next time you open up, you can load it from the cloud and everything will be right back where it is. So it's like this layout I have saved to the cloud, so if I ever lose it or close it or whatever for any reason, I can just open it back up and everything's right where I left it. Question, how do I phrase the odd makers results to tweak the exit strategy? So yeah, the exit strategy in the odds maker is just under so let's just grab a random alert window so I can bring up the odds maker. Oops, didn't want to start that from scratch. New alert window. Okay. So we'll run a back test. So how you do your risk management is right under the risk management tab here. So, I'm having challenges getting an average 2-to-1 risk reward or better. Well, that's right. So again, it's going to show you what happened. So, right, if I'm risking 50 cents to make $1 and my average win-loss is just bad, then that's just what happened, right? Like you don't really want to mess with that. You got to remember, when you're back testing, your mission is not to make a nice, pretty equity curve. It's to have something show you what would have actually happened if you ran that strategy. So if your risk reward is bad, then your risk reward is bad. And that might be a strategy with a bad risk reward. So you might want to play with hold times. You might want to widen up your target or something like that. But again, you don't, I just want to stress that you don't want better results from the odds maker, because if your objective is to get better results from the odds maker, then you're curve fitting, right? The job of the odds maker is to test your trading plan, right? So reframe that in your mind, please, because it will definitely help out later when you're thinking about it. I just see it so much as someone who does algorithmic trading for a living, is people are very much focused on the testing of stuff and making the tests better, as opposed to, this is my strategy and then I'm going to test it and see if it's good or not. Because if it's bad, it's just bad, right? So just tips on how to make your risk reward. There's 3 things that are going to alter your risk reward. It's going to be your hold time. So maybe if it doesn't have enough time to get to 2-to-1 or better, then maybe you got to hold a little bit longer, right? You can tighten your risk amount, or you can widen your profit target, and then that's it. That's all you can do. And then if it's just bad, it's just bad. It's time to find something else, right? You just don't want it. It's one of those things I've found, and this is just a personal tip, but I've found from a long period of time of doing quantitative style trading is the more you have to mess with the strategy, the worse it is, right? Is the stream available later? Yeah, as soon as it's done, after the market closes, all the streams go back up on the channel. So you can just go back to youtube.com/trade ideas and you can scrub. It'll be like a 10-hour video, but you can watch any and all parts of it. I don't know why someone will watch all of it again, but yeah, you can scrub around to the different Q&A sessions or something like that. Standard plan brokerage plus manual works with IB. Yes. Doing auto trading will not, but the just entering orders yourself will with the standard plan for sure. What am I watching today? I'm just watching TI Strength. Twinkies, I like it. I don't like that topping tail, but if we can close above that base, I might take a look at that. But just like always, I just watch TI Strength. I was really bummed that this ASLN has earnings. But yeah, I just keep watching. And I'm noticing a lot more metals, a lot more golds and silvers and things like that coming into TI Strength where it wasn't before. So that might be the next big rotation in the market. So I've got my eye on that to say, will metals be next? It's been energy for the longest time. If you've been buying, right, Pelotons and Zooms and stuff, you've been getting killed. If you've been buying energy plays, you've been loving life. I've been loving life. So now I'm just saying, okay, what's next? If I look at something like USO, I think, we're looking a bit overdone on the energy side of things. So I've been paring down profits there. And then now I'm looking for whatever the next rotation is. And yeah, right now I'm seeing a lot of more metals and mining play. So XME is the ETF for metals and mining. And you can see this one's just been kind of a rocket ship here recently. So maybe that will be the next rotation, but that's what I do every day is what is TI Strength telling me that I want to add to my portfolio and what do I want to take away? I know that my history of how my trade will give me the RR win-loss. So if I get 55% winners, I can have some roughly decent ideas rather than use it as auto trade. Yeah, I don't care about win rate at all. I'm a bit weird about that. Like, I am totally fine with a 30-40% win rate. I think the first thing in your mind is demystify anyone who tells you that they have a 70, 80, 90% win rate because they're full of it, right? Know that the best traders in the world have like a 55 to 60% win rate, period. But for me, I just don't care about win rate. I am, again, totally fine with a like a 30 or 40% win rate. For me, because at the end of the day, it's just about how much money ends up in my pocket at the end. So if I have a 30% win rate, but every time I hit a good one, I get a really good trade out of it, that's all I care about. So I wouldn't focus too much on win rate. I focus a lot on the profit factor number, and that's just a combination of win rate and risk reward. So anything over like a 1.5 or a 2 is good there. I'm watching the race cars in the Momo channel. So let's stop that and let's go to the Momo channel just so I can be seeing the same thing. Now, how would one pick a winner? is the question. How would one, well, again, not to be a broken record, but you'd pick it based off your written and tested trading plan. Right? The point of the races is to show you which stocks are moving. Essentially, the easiest way to think about it is, imagine if you had to look at, like, there's 20 cars in this race. If you had to have 20 thumbnail charts up there and try to figure out what's moving in the short term, like what's starting to go one way or the other. That's an incredibly mentally difficult way to try to, like, okay, I want to watch these 20 charts to see what's happening. So the point of the races, just like anything else, is not to, get a pick off them. What it does is, think of this as like a combination of like 20 some odd charts all put together, right? So if, for example, this YTMX, you just see this one starting to win all over the place, well, that's all that's telling you is that stock right now is moving, right? That stock is starting to go. So maybe that's when the one you want to look at. So it's just a combination of these things, right? And then you apply those to your trading plan, right? So what it all comes back to. Appreciate answering all the question. What is the TI strength window and where do I find it? So first of all, you go to the strength alerts channel on your channel bar right in here. And you just click on that and it won't bring up. I just don't want to switch channels. It will bring up something that has a window that looks just like this in it. It will be in the bottom right. And that is the Trade Ideas Strength Alerts algorithm. So again, what that was is, so when I took my CMT, when I was studying for my CMT, there was massive sections about relative strength, which is something that I didn't really think of in depth before. So then, just like any self-respecting trader, right, I want to see if I can make money off of it. And I know that money comes from, almost religiously following a very disciplined trading plan that I created. So we have this new system in Trade Ideas that I'm playing with, that allows me to do a lot more testing and a lot more robust things in the background. So I just started testing what ifs. So essentially, you'll see a score number on the side here. In and of itself doesn't really mean too much, except for it to make it there, it has to be above an 85. So for example, what the algorithm does is it adds or removes points based off of a series of indicator sets and candlestick setups and chart patterns and things like that. So a simple example is, if the stock is above the 200-day moving average, add 1 point. If the 200-day moving average is sloping up, add another point. If the RSI is not oversold, add another point, and so on and so on and so on, so that it takes all of these calculations and it just kind of spits out, okay, the higher the number, the more tick boxes it has for being a strong but not yet overdone stock. And then as the if they continue to run, like, you'll notice less and less oil and gas plays in TI strength right now, and it's probably because a lot of them meet that little bit too overdone status, right? So right now ECB is in here as a bank shares, so it's a savings institution, because this is doing much better than a lot of its peers. So it was this way to rank stocks to make sure that we're positioning ourselves in the strongest possible names, just because, I mention this all the time, the easiest way, and I love the quote from JC at All Star Charts. He's like, if you want to own the strongest names, just buy the strongest names. So what you'll be buying and what you'll be getting from this is stuff that are in pre-existing uptrends that have more of a chance of continuing higher than lower. And that's just, again, we can get into the normal distribution of the market and the fact that trends persist over the long period of time, and how trend trading beats trying to, pick tops and pick bottoms like 10 times out of 10, all that. But that's the main crux of it, is just how to, make sure that what you're in is things that people are actively buying currently, as opposed to things that people are actively selling currently. And as that funny as that is, right, I know tons of people who've been trying to just chase this bottom on Peloton forever, or chase the bottom on Robinhood forever. And it's like, yeah, if you nail it, you can make some money off it, but it just seems to be a way harder life to try to pick the bottom as something's tanking. Whereas if you had shorted at any time through here, you'd be laughing. And that's the same kind of, take that chart and reverse it, and that's some of the names you'll see. Like, again, for Twinkie, if you bought this at any time in the last period of time, you're having a good time. So that's it. It's an algorithm that was created to find the strongest names in the market, so that our traders can participate by holding the strongest names in the market and not really trying to chase the weakest ones. True, sir. I haven't seen that comparison. The race easier than seeing a ton of charts. Yeah, that's the main value of the races, right? Is that you're trying to take a bunch of data on tons of different charts out there, and you're trying to distill them down into something that's easy for the brain to manage, to say, okay, if this stock continuously wins this race, it means it's doing this thing based off however I set off the race. But I can monitor like 100 stocks in one race and just look at the top 20 and ignore everything else. And if something enters the top 20, I'll be notified, so that I'm just constantly focused on, hey, where is... so that's, again, the main focus of it, is just to focus your attention into the right things. How can I tell if a stock is being controlled by algorithms? There's no such thing as that. A stock is never controlled by algorithms. That's some tinfoil hat stuff right there. There's algorithmic trading in all stocks. Now, what I'll just say is, the more volume in the stock, the more algorithmic trading, but they don't control anything, right? A market moves based off buyers and sellers. So there's no way to know who's controlling a stock, because it just doesn't exist. That seems like some flat earth stuff right there. But again, just the more volume, the more algorithmic traders you'll have in it. But again, nothing's ever controlled by algorithms. Thanks. What time frame are you using for TI strength? It's only showing data for the last few minutes. No, so the TI strength is daily based, right? So all these are stocks from today. So make sure you're just looking at the right one. It should say TI strength on the top here. So this is a daily indicator. Now, within this, I don't know if I do this. Does that? Nope. 1 second. Let's move this, and then let's just get rid of me so you guys can see. Delete. Yes. There we go. So inside this window, there's a whole bunch of different scans. So if you're not just a TI strength guy, so this 820 cross on gappers is just an 8 EMA crossing a 20 SMA. It's something that our trading room requested on 2-minute charts. So this is going to be a shorter term one. We've got RSI divergence, which I can go into later. Bull and bear flags on the daily chart. Gap fills, and a gap fill is essentially just a stock that has, so any, for example, right, this stock gapped up here, and now it's come down to fill that gap. That's something common that people like to trade off of. They think, right, if a stock gaps up, it probably gapped up because of good news, and if it comes in to fill that gap, maybe that's a good place to get a shot and to participate in that trend. We've got a gap pullback to the 10-period moving average. So this is something that Steve Gomez requested. Instead of the gap being filled, what this is looking for is for the gap to come to the 10-period moving average. So the stock gaps up and then it pulls back into the 10-period moving average. Again, that's a place that some other people like to get involved. This bullish and bearish opening 2-minute power bar. Let's find the bullish one here. An opening power bar is essentially just defined as, we got to go into the 2-minute chart here. So time frame 2 minutes. So a bullish power bar is basically just a bar that opens at the low of the day or open and close at the high. And we can get some pushed out from there. So that's more of a day trading strategy that some people like. The theory being that if that opening 2-minute bar is incredibly bullish, maybe you can get some momentum to continue that. Strong stock pulling back is another daily scan, and it's just looking for that exact thing. So everything that comes through this list will be a stock that's pretty strong on the daily chart and is pulling back now. This is another algorithm that I'm working on that there should be more data for soon. But quite often these can turn into really good pullback points. Again, doing just, I'm biased. So a lot of these, because I built them, get to be that way. But, just hanging out in the direction of a longer term trend makes your life way easier than trying to be the hero, right? So Monsanto, right? Strong stock, pullback. So the point is to try to nail those pullback points on this. So there's lots of scans from there. Play around. This is a new window type that we're playing with. This is a new and expanding, I should say. So there should be way more in the coming days, weeks, and months in these scans. This is kind of where we're putting our focus going forward, because they can be incredibly complex pre-built scans that don't really need any user customization. You don't have to get under the hood and tinker with it. And they're just kind of built for you. Like this is the bull flag one, right? So ARCO, that one's interesting. ARES, right? Another interesting kind of bull flag here. Big strong push up, and now we've been chopping sideways for a while. ATVI has one, but that's a buyout, so that's not interesting. AUB is something that's very interesting. You see how I've already drawn out here. I've been stalking this one for a few days now. Massive push up, and then ever since then, just been chopping sideways. So I love this scan. I love the bull flag scan too. Talking about relative strength, is it possible? So you're talking about a relative chart where one stock's the denominator and the other one's the numerator. Not yet. I've requested it as a nerd that likes that stuff. Apparently, it's being worked on, so we're pushing towards that. No time frame there. Why does someone hedge? Well, someone would hedge if they were worried. Generally speaking, retail traders don't hedge. It doesn't make a lot of sense for us because our power as retail traders is our ability to flip out of positions quickly. Now, if you're a massive institution and you think you have a portfolio of stocks and you think, for example, over the next 10 days, there's going to be this bad event that's going to push everything down, then it may make sense for you to put on a hedge. Because you can't just liquidate your securities and then get back in. So you may say, okay, I'm going to buy puts on the market or buy the VIX or something like that as a hedge against my portfolio, so that if this drop happens, I lose less money than I would normally. That's the only reason. Retail people, I wouldn't worry about it. If you think the stock's going down, just sell it. And then, buy it back later. That's our advantage over the institutions, is how nimble we can be. There are algorithms designed to go after day traders specifically. That's why I want low float stocks. Mega floats have all kinds of algos. That's, again, a little tinfoil hatty. There are algorithms that are meant to do stop runs and stuff like that. But again, they don't know your trading plan. So how would they trade against it? That's why it's very important that everybody has their own specific trading plan, because they're not reading your mind or they're out to get you or anything like that. Again, that's like flat earth kind of stuff. But, there are HFT algorithms that play the bid and the ask, but they're not the ones that would be out to get you. There are ones that if they say, hey, this is an obvious place that a lot of people have put a stop loss, they'll run stops and things like that. But again, they don't know you. They don't know your trading plan. And to be honest, none of us are big enough that any of these algos give a crap about us anyway, right? So I just think that's an area of focus that's just a waste of mental capital, right? Focus on your trading plan. You work really, really hard to create a trading plan and go from there. A stop is just like, if say there's an obvious point where you look at the chart and you say, hey, I think a whole bunch of people have on AUB, for example. I think a whole bunch of people on AUB would have the stop under $40. What they may do is they may sell a bunch of shares to try to push the stock down there, but there is no algo that controls the stock. A stock goes up because the buyers are more aggressive than the sellers. It goes down because the sellers are more aggressive than the buyers. That is the only way a stock moves. It cannot be pushed anywhere without somebody employing massive amount of capital to do so. So again, the question is, for me to push AUB from here down to run this stop would cost millions of dollars. So then the question is, why would I do that? Well, only if I think I could make way more than millions of dollars. Because there's a risk to that. If I'm trying to push the stock down and then AUB says, hey, we're going to raise our dividend, then it doesn't matter what I did. The stock's going to go up. So again, I would abandon that line of thinking altogether. If you're having a hard, if you think the algos are out to get you and blah, 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 just look at your trading plan. You're probably putting your stop in a place that everyone else is putting their stop. You need to refine that. And again, people who don't have trading plans, I'm not saying this to you, but for anyone out there, if you do not have a trading plan right now, do not trade, because it just means you're gambling. You wouldn't open up a restaurant without a plan. You wouldn't open up a Quickie Mart without a plan. You wouldn't do anything else business related without a plan. But people think that they can just come in and, hey, this thing flashed green on this scan, so I'm going to buy it. It's like, you're going to have a hard time. All right, so it is time for Barry to come back. So I'm going to make sure this transition goes smoothly. As always, when we do these transitions back and forth, if it ever loses, if it ever kicks, then just refresh and someone will be back. I have heard the average volume that algos per day is 60%. Is that correct? Again, there's no way of ever knowing that. And you got to remember, for every trade, there is both a buyer and a seller. For everyone. Can't be a trade without a buyer and a seller. So if an algo is buying the stock, that means another trader is selling the stock, or a competing algo is selling the stock, right? A lot of people think algo and they think this like mysterious, right, Illuminati style figure that's going to push the market around. And it's just not how it works. Again, I've worked in the hedge fund space. I've worked with algorithmic hedge funds. It's just not how it works. So could be that 60% of the volume is done by algorithms, but you got to remember those algorithms are meant to fill orders from humans, right? So they're like saying, hey, I want you to buy XYZ, then you buy XYZ. But just there is nothing that moves the market around other than buyers and sellers, right? All right, Barry says he's back, so I'm going to do the switch over. Again, if there's any issues, just refresh and come back, and someone will be with you shortly. As always, good time hanging out, and I will talk to you guys soon.
I'm actually kind of interested in this AMKR now. Longer it bases over the 200 day. I mean, it's got some room. If I look left on the daily chart, 24, yeah, 24 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. So it's got about 35 cents. Give me a moment, guys. All right, what are you doing, Mr. Market? So we've had an hour of down, not horrible. I mean, this level held on the SPY so far. This level held. Now a green bar forming. Let's see if this is just a momentary 1 hour of not a crazy downturn. And let's see if this can remain green and start to reclaim that area on the SPY. Let's take a look at the sectors, see if there's anything interesting happening. I doubt it, but let's see. I doubt, for instance, that energy is turned. Though, let's see. I mean, maybe with that downturn, maybe the tensions are... No. I mean, a little bit. I mean, the two times you've looked at these, the sector status, the two times you've looked at it, 100% of the energy stocks were down. Now, only 86% of them. But technology is still strong, guys. 90%. Communications, 96%. So for instance, if you wanted to create a race, with the technology sector, all right? So let's do that. Let me duplicate into a free-floating window first. Okay, so here it is. And now I'm going to, so you can see the tech stocks that are moving now. Okay, so I'm going to now change from the close. Okay, we'll leave it there. Launch the real-time race. I'm told all I have to do is expand this window and I can then have a lot more lanes. Oh, sorry, this window. Okay, so that's the trick, guys. So you expand this window, and then you can probably put just about as many as you want. I thought that had been, I want to call it fixed. I thought you didn't have to expand it anymore. But anyway, okay. And we're going to do an auto rerun. We're going to do the replace cars. And we're going to run it for 2 minutes. We're going to do change from the close. Okay, delta. Now we're going to run it. Now let's just see what tech stocks are moving the most right now. And this will take 30 seconds. This is something that we will, striving to, I don't say fix. I mean, right now it's 30 seconds. We want to get these races running every 5 seconds. Again, if you're running a 10-minute race, that doesn't matter. But if you're running a 2-minute race, you're looking for the ones moving now. You don't want to have to wait 30 seconds for the race to begin, and then the next 30 seconds, and on and on and on. So anyway, let's take a look. Let's see if anything is exciting in the tech sector. Some stock that is moving. So I'm looking, probably won't get too many big percentage movers, but you never know. Yeah, Justin, you cannot put more than you can only put one symbol on a stock on a chart. So you cannot. I know the question has been asked before. Comparison. You want the SPY on the same chart as say another stock you're following. So the answer is no. So what is a net? I mean, it's only 0.919. So I mean, let's not go crazy, but be interesting if you saw all of a sudden one, moving 2 or 3%, all of a sudden. Yeah, so I mean, nothing's really happening. I mean, yeah, this is whoops. So Annette won the race, but I mean, it was only up 0.2%. We're not talking about anything spectacular. But the idea would be if you had a favorite sector or a symbol list that you want to create, just tracking your stocks, and then you create a top list window, how you want to monitor it, either change from the close or change from the open or change in the last minute, change in the last 5 minutes, percentages. You could then just monitor and follow your favorite stocks if that's what you want to do. And I mean, the idea really is, I mean, you could tuck it away. And if all of a sudden you saw one of your stocks or something in a race that was all of a sudden, boom, like 2 or 3%, you got to click on the symbol and see what's happening. So anyway, I just wanted to show you. Now I do understand how you can have more more cars. You have to expand this, and I guess you just have to do it the one time. Then you can shrink it down. This could be an interesting break if it happens. Now, you've got to be following DWAC at the same time, but this could be an interesting break if it happens. Okay, and that is the CFEI. A lot of people follow this one, of course. Put an alert around 1527, right click, create the price alert, save. Okay, so there it is. Let's go over this one, okay? Because this is one that I did take in the, I'm going to just move it over. I want to rearrange. Okay. I want to get rid of this too. Okay. So in the simulator, I was showing you how you can take a trade. So this is a long time, quite a while ago. CFVI, 200 shares. Got in at 14.92. So these columns right here are interesting columns as far as I think anyway. So max P&L and today's profit and the distance from the exit price. So what max P&L is telling me is that when I'm still in the simulator, still in the trade, the most I could have made would have been $65. Okay, that would have been getting out right up here. That's the top, 1526, okay? So that would be the max P&L. At this point, we're up $33. I mean, it's not a big deal. These numbers are not a big deal. What I'm really trying to draw our attention to, though, is that if that max P&L had said, say, $500, okay, and now you're down to only 33, obviously not a great way to manage your trade. You would never want to see something, well, no, you see, it looks good, but it's only 0.5%. Okay, but it looks good, IPW. But you would not want to see something, again, have a max P&L of 500 and then a today's profit of 36. You would not want that to happen. So this, these columns, you keep an eye on these columns once you get into a trade, and it helps you to manage, when you're getting out of a trade. I'm going to flatten this trade right now because then I want to show you the distance from the exit price. I'm going to flatten the trade, which gets me out of the trade. That's just a hotkey, okay? Could have obviously clicked on half. That would have got rid of half my position, or I could have doubled my position. Okay. Now the distance from the exit price is kind of cool because this is now going to tell me, okay, you got out of the trade at. That's what I want to add. Okay. Then I got to save this. Okay, so I got out at 15:08. It's at 15:09 now. So it's a penny above where I got out. Now, obviously not a big deal. But if that turned into, 10 or a dollar, that would be telling me, man, you got out way too early. You didn't manage that trade very well. What, of course, you really want to see is a nice big negative number. So you can say, okay, I got out of the trade. What is it doing from when I got out? So you'd like to see a nice big negative number, meaning it's underneath. The price is, way under where you got out, which it would be good. So, having these columns can kind of give you an idea about how good are your exits. You don't have to get out of everything, of course. You could have got out of half the trade or picked a certain number of shares. But this is why you should practice, practice, practice. Same thing. I mean, stock won, but what you really want to see, what my eyes would be drawn to is something, 2, 3, 4%. Then I'm going to go, all right, I'm going to take a look. So it's not like I'm going to stare at these races. I'm not be fixated on it, but hopefully all of a sudden you see a stock that's moving a lot. But if it's only it just means it's leading compared to the rest of them. But if it's not a big percent, there's nothing really to it then. AXTI, is that still, that's a haul from yesterday, right? Or wait a minute. Don't have it as a halt right here, so I don't see that it's halted. AXTI, I don't see that it's halted, Ori. I see it's not really trading much. It's only 38,000 shares, so I don't see that it's halted though. It was halted? Okay. Well, let's see. You sure? I mean, that says 1 o'clock. That says 1:10. Unless this is yesterday? No, but seriously, I mean, there's a candle right there. You're talking AXTI? I don't think it's halted. It's just that it's hardly trading. I can only go by what IB is telling me, and IB is saying it's not halted. And I do see a candle here. Very nice run for the AMKR. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Not AXTI. I'm sorry. Oh, I see. Oh, 60 cents. Oh, yeah, I have no idea when it. This is a. It's not showing up my halts resumes because I have a minimum of at least $1, I think. So, I have no idea. 827, 726, 705. I'm just looking when it got halted. 655. Looks like it got halted. Yeah, I have no idea, Ori. I'm sorry. I typed in the wrong symbol. Yeah, it is a news. It must be a news halt. You know, it's not a volatility halt. It is a news halt. So I have no idea when it's going to open. Doesn't say. You know, the headline doesn't say, and it should open at a certain price or a certain time. Yeah, I'll bet you it is a Faderama space. Just talking about this one. No, not as much as I thought though. I mean, nice fade from the 1090 down to 1032. That would have been nice. Now it might be resuming. Wow, this is. You want to see a messy looking 5-minute chart? Look at this IPW. Wow, messy, messy, messy. Messy, look at the, and I'm not talking about soccer. Messy, look at the topping tails and bottoming tails all over the place. Yeah, so what the don't repeat means is that this is the first time, for instance, for KAVL, this is the first time we had an alert for KAVL with the filters, okay? 933, the price was 312. So that allows me to go back and see, okay, what did it do from there? So 312, you can see the blue, the blue arrow. All it is just telling me the candle in which the alert happened. So there's the 15-minute chart. If I went back enough in the 5-minute chart, you'd see the 5-minute candle, okay? But that's all it's telling me. So you can say, okay, I had an alert, 312. What did it do afterwards? It got up to 347 before it came back down. Not bad, okay? So it allows me to go back in time and basically say, okay, what was... Now, this basic new highs and lows, it's a variation of what you guys are probably used to, seeing a stock making new high after new high after new high, in which case you see the symbol over and over again. Kind of like this, okay, the breakout. See how you see space every time it made a new high? Over and over and over again, okay? This is a variation on that. What happens is I do want to see when space or a stock makes a new high. I do want to see that. But I don't want to see the symbol over and over again. I just tell me the time and the price it made a new high. So for instance, if space made another new high later on in the day at 2 o'clock and took out 1091, it was 1092, I'd see it at the top of the list. I'm just not going to see the symbol over and over again, if that makes sense. It's just another way of sorting. You know, guys are interested in something like that. If I right click, and go to properties and view mode. So the view mode, typically everybody probably has it on newest first. And that is the typical way, so that every time a stock makes a new high, over and over and over again, you'll see it. But you can also do a group and sort by, and with keep newest, symbol option, keep newest, so that would be right on the top, and time, sort on time, and then in descending order. That'll give you this sort of a look. So you can see the stock, yes, when it makes a new high, but it's not going to jam up your window with the stock over and over and over again, the same symbol over and over again, if that makes sense. It's just another, I mean, I'm just showing you this. Nobody has to do this, and if somebody wanted me to explain it more, I would, but it's just another way of of viewing stocks making new highs without having to see the symbol over and over again. But the basic new highs don't repeat. I love it because I can just go back and say, okay, great. This alert window gave me Sabre at 9:33. The price was 10:31. There was the alert. I can go, oh, did pretty well after that. Remember, these are not strategies. These are ideas. When I say, the only strategy in theory, not that it's done well today, but are these ones in which you actually have, an entry and a stop and all of that. And it's been optimized. Somebody asked me, in fact, in the past, well, what would happen if you ran this through a backtester and tried to optimize it? It would be terrible. I don't care. I just want to see the alerts, and then I can make up my mind if I want to trade it or not. Joby, 556. Not bad. 556. It's, 598. We should be paying attention to this window today. Okay? And I like to have them side by side because, well, it makes sense, right? Have them side by side. I do the same thing with the gap continuation. I can see the first time I was alerted. And that's what. So DR, that's just my short form, of course, for don't repeat. That's all. So Alex, does that make sense? Let's look at some of the other ones. Up at 390, yeah, not bad. I mean, it's 4. This could actually be interesting, guys. Up, lots of volume, big float, 168. This could be interesting. I mean, look left, and the high is 398, the high is 396, so it's just a touch over that. The high right there was 4, so it's right there. The next high is 407. See, it's just all of this from 4, from here to this 430 level. You might have all these little areas of resistance, which I don't like. Now, I've said that in the past, and stocks, if all of a sudden this one had a lot of volume coming in. I haven't really talked too much about my trading style in these 2 days because I've been, trying to concentrate a little more on answering questions. But, for my trading style, something like this, assuming this wasn't here, let's just say if I looked left and the next high I saw was, say, at $5. So that becomes a prime candidate for me when it's doing this kind of basing. And so what I would be doing is I'd be putting a price alert at, say, 404. Okay, I put a price alert. There's the blue line. And now I don't have to worry about it. I can go and do other things. And if that happens, my price alert window will pop up on my screen. This is my price alert window, okay? If you have never used one before, then of course it'll be blank, but you can see it right down here. Okay, there it is. And so if it happened, it would pop, it would show up right at the top here because I've got a column called trigger time, and I sort it so I see the last one first, right at the top here. Okay? I minimize the window, so if it does happen, this window will pop up on my screen. And for me to take that trade though, and I can also put a sound alert on it, just the same way with the actions, right click, actions, and follow the directions. But I minimize it. And so what happens is if I get an alert, then it's going to pop on my screen, I click on the alert, and then I can see the chart. If I didn't see any volume accompanying with that, then I probably wouldn't take the trade. That's sort of my style of trading. I like to see these breaks near the highs of the day, and if there's room, I want to know about it. But if the price actually, if the alert happened, doesn't mean I'm going to pile into the trade. Look at the volume for it. Putrid, right? Had the big volume right at 1045 for whatever reason, which is kind of interesting because this was a precursor to what happened. I mean, you look at that candle, and there was really no price movement whatsoever. All that volume, which is a little bit strange. You would have thought that volume bar would have been associated with that increase in price. And let's just see. I want to demonstrate the price alerts. So let's see, with Playboy, okay, PLBY, let's put a price alert right on top here. And we'll put a price alert just underneath. What's the price right now? 1602. So I'm going to put a price alert at 16. And hopefully Playboy will move a little bit, and then you're going to see the price alert screen pop up on your screen, on my monitor. Hey, nice move for the SPY, guys. Remember I was saying that green candle right here. So this next move here might wipe out that little hour of down. And again, the price alerts, click on new from our toolbar and click on the price alerts window. And when you do that, if you've never used it before, it'll just pop up, of course, on your screen. It'll be blank. And price alerts is I believe it's probably an underutilized utility for trade ideas, and it should be used way more often, in my opinion, because you can set a price alert and then just forget about it. And if it happens, it happens, and you just forget about it. So, the price alerts are usually because, for instance, what if you said, you know what, I wouldn't mind taking this trade, but only if it pulled back to this level. Just set a price alert there. Okay? Just set a price alert. Basically, you just move your pointer. See, there's a dotted line. And so I could put a price alert at the bottom of that 15-minute candle, as an example. And then just save it. I don't have to put notes in. You can if you want. But I typically don't, unless it's IPOs. So save it. So now I've got a bunch of price alerts for Playboy, which is not moving at all. I wanted. It's got to move. Just has to move a penny. IPQ or IPW? William, IPW. Well, it did. I mean, it met the filter requirements. If I look at at the beginning, where are we here now? I mean, it is hard. It's because it's exponential. So it had that little gap up. You see, it had the gap up and go very, 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 very modest. No, actually, it didn't show up in my scan though. The gap up and go scan. So maybe it didn't even meet that requirement. It did meet the gap up and reverse at 9:45. That's probably more the play. Oh well, obviously that was more the play. But it really didn't do anything. I mean, there it is, 214. I mean, this has been a snoozer, just an absolute snoozer. There we go. See how it popped up on my screen, guys? Okay, so you click on the alert, and then you look. Okay, did it happen on volume? Not really. I mean, look at the 2-minute chart. Is there a big volume bar that you can see? Nope. On the 5-minute, nope. So yeah, it may keep going, but unless you get some volume, which usually equates to enthusiasm about the play, don't take the trade. Just don't take the trade. Remember I was talking earlier about a checkbox or have a list of things that must be checked before you take the trade. So that for me would be one of them. PLBY Playboy is showing up on my scans because it's meeting, a minimum volume requirement. It's in the price range I trade. It's not meeting the relative volume. I wonder why it's showing up on one of my scans. That's interesting. Gap up and go. I'm going to check this one out because that is very I know what. I'm going to break this out. I want to see what this is. Maybe I don't have a minimum So I don't have okay, this is one of the few scans that I don't use relative volume. One of the very few scans. But it is above, but it has gapped at least, but it's one of the few scans that I don't use a relative volume filter. I'm surprised. I created this years ago. Years ago. All right, just checking some thumbnail charts. I know the trade of the week was CF. So are you clicking on it from here, from stock race? I don't even know where it is. Is that where you're clicking from, Michael? Where are you clicking? When you click on stock race, this probably shouldn't be well. So this is obviously defaulting to the biggest gainers. So again, Michael, where are you clicking? Are you talking about clicking here from new and then real-time stock race? And now I'm going to expand this like I was taught. So I can have as many as I want. And sort on delta. Oh, I see what he means. Okay, so that is another one of the built-iners. So this is just looking at biggest gainers, and then among the biggest gainers, what is moving the most. So is that what you mean, Michael? Like when you say, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. When you say you click on stock race and you get two small windows and nothing else. All right, this is this crazy one that got uplisted to NASDAQ today. This is not obviously, it's only moving a penny. Oh, it's a 1 minute race too. So Michael, you're not answering me, so I'm not sure how to help you. Maybe you can't hear me. I guess I cannot. Well, I mentioned EQNR, guys, as a potential fade. And so far, nothing dramatic, but from 29.50 down to 29.20. All right, guys, so the market, mini recovery from that hour of being down. All right, guys, I'm not seeing anything happening. I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. I'm not seeing very much motion on anything. I'm not getting too many new alerts. I know what I wanted to say. Hun, so this is a, how did CF do? I know this is the trade of the week. So it did not trigger. I think I had to take out this high over here, I think. So it did not trigger yesterday, I don't believe. The thinking was that maybe some of these like pesticide, agricultural chemicals, I think Hun is in that, yeah, it's sort of in the sector. It is CF. CF, I'm pretty sure CF, I don't think it triggered though. It got as high yesterday as 75.63. Seem to remember 77 or something. Maybe that was the trigger. Never triggered. There you go. So well, yeah. So it was CF and it did not trigger. So what that means is it won't count as part of the statistics that are amassed for the trades of the week. And I think it actually hit the stop, so that's a double. I mean, it hit where if it had triggered and it came down, I think it hit the stop. So I believe then they don't count it. You know, they just forget about it. And that's not cherry picking. It didn't trigger. Okay, so it was a non-event. Yeah, I answered your question, Justin. You can't do it. Okay, you can't have different things, different. I mean, one of the questions we get a lot is, okay, I'd like to have, say, the SPY and the CF on the same chart. We can't do that. Maybe down the road we can, but we can't do that now. So you cannot have mixed indicators or you know on the chart that you want. Checking some of my, so from my watch list, I can see Goose didn't do too badly. Got an alert at 29.17 right here. Market helping, of course, to a certain extent. 29.85. Not bad. I mean, 675, it's at 704 now for IBRX. This one did not move higher, I don't think. 1561. Yeah, a little bit. You know, it got up to. It's tough. I mean, it's choppy markets, guys. Choppy. You know, down, up, down, now up again. Choppy little markets here. Yeah, so I don't do that, Justin. I'm not, but I'm not an investment advisor. Okay. I don't put I don't put a stop like 1% below where I got into a trade. I base it more on what the chart is telling me, where I see some support, and if it breaks down through that support, then I don't want to be in the trade. Some might use the low of the previous 5 minute candle, so I don't use a fixed. Okay, I'm getting out if it's 1% below where I got in, or 0.5% or 2% or 20 cents. I don't do that. Others might. I don't. Because to me, it's not based on anything. It's just it's like saying I take 100 shares every trade or 200 shares every trade. You know, that if you're doing that, then you're not. And I'm not just speaking to you, Justin. I'm just in general. Then in my opinion, then you're not determining your risk correctly. Okay. Because the number of shares you take should be based on something. So if you know your entry, and you know where your stop is, and you're willing to risk, say, $100 on the trade or $200 on the trade, then that's going to share size you. Well, Justin, it really depends. I mean, higher highs, high lows, it really depends. You know, I mean, higher highs, sure, could be, but not if it's 10, 15-minute candles in a row making higher highs, and that's when you see it. Then you're obviously chasing it. So there's no hard and fast rule. Is higher highs a good pattern? I like higher highs. But as long as it's trading from some kind of a pattern, and then it gets some volume on the next break, and there's room looking left. But that is just kind of the way I trade. You know what I haven't been following at all today, this week, are my option scanner, and holy smokes. So this is what I'm talking about. I mean, 2-3 months ago, this is all I would stare at. My absolute favorite scan. And I just haven't been following it as much recently. I can tell today though. And all this is I'm not trading options. I'm just looking for stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Aha, there's the up. Now, did it happen on volume? No. Look, no volume. No volume whatsoever. So even though I put an alert there just to see if it would take it out, will I take the trade? No. There's no volume associated. If I'd seen a volume bar like that on the 2-minute, boom, okay, maybe. So it's not the absolute volume, but it's in relation to, what happened before. So if it doesn't stand out, I'm not going to take the trade. But let's take a look at my option scanner. So 549, Joby. What did it do? Pretty good, 602. I don't think ABEV moved at all. 301, nope. Now this is a buyout. So you wouldn't think it would move very much. Space though, 983, 1053. This was pretty good, 2342, 2378. And now here is the up, but again, no volume yet. That's where I saw it. That's why I was drawn to it. So what this is looking for, and I'm sharing this one, okay? I am sharing it. It's just looking for stocks that are having abnormal option activity. So you look here in this single stock window. So one of the filters is it has to be trading at least 3,000 contracts for the day, okay? Puts and calls. And that has to represent at least 2,000 contracts. And that has to represent at least 300% of normal, or 3 times normal. So you can see right there, these filter requirements are met. and it also has to have, I think a relative volume of 3. So I don't get very many alerts. You don't get too many alerts, but that's the whole idea, though. Not getting too many alerts. And I'm telling you, those of you who've been in the room for several months, you know that this was a solid producer for probably 2 months straight. And then all of a sudden, it's not that it doesn't produce. You get some alerts, and it's not like you get an alert at $4 and then it just sinks to 3. They just weren't moving that much. Nature of the market. No scan typically works forever. Okay. Sometimes, and that's why I'm always saying, I brought back this scan. I brought back the gap continuation or reverse scan that I hadn't looked at for probably, I don't know, a year. But I brought it back the other day just to see what was happening, and I thought, wow, okay, it's giving us some good alerts. Once we get outside of earnings season, though, I think this is just going to dry up. Because a lot of these are based, it's not because I have a filter that it has to be an earnings play, but the ones that are moving, reversing and having a lot of activity, typically they are earnings. They are earnings plays. So we'll have to see. 3 weeks from now, I may have to scrap this one. Bring it back 3 months in 3 months. In 3 months' time, when earnings season starts again. I don't know. I don't know. But you never get rid of a scan. Just save it to the cloud. And, there are scans that I bring back every now and then to see, I wonder what this one is doing. I haven't looked at it for a while. Remember Goodyear, which was the awesome short 2 days ago on earnings. This was Thursday. Sorry, that was Friday. What a short that was. And now it is trying. What's the high of yesterday? 1689. So again, I would not take this trade if I were so inclined. It's moving, not badly. Trend is up. But I would never take the trade unless A, it took out yesterday's high. Then I'm going to check the 200-day moving average, 1898. That's far enough away. Okay, if it took out yesterday's high in 1689, so I know it's above yesterday's high. And then the next point of contention would be around 19. That's far enough away from 1680. Now, does it mean I take the trade immediately if it takes out yesterday's high? Of course not. What it means, though, is now I set an alert, a price alert. And if it happens, I want to know about it. And then I can start to see, okay, is there any volume coming in on it? Is there any volume that's going to, maintain the enthusiasm of that break? And now I just forget about it. The price alert is set. Happens, it happens. It doesn't happen, then. But I don't anticipate. I don't say, you know what, I think it's going to take out yesterday's high, so I'm going to take this trade right now. I never do that. That's a great way to chop, just have your account get chopped up. By trying to anticipate something, just let it happen. Let it happen. No, I have my scans working all day, Justin. I don't have a specific scan. I don't have a scan. The only one pre-market. I use my pre-market scanner. But once the market opens, I use these scans all day long. I don't have a scan for certain time periods. Whew, just give me a moment, guys. Need some little water break here. Just give me a moment. All right, guys, so today is Tuesday. So typically I do sit in on a marketing meeting. I'll probably sit in on it. Here is just what's happening. I'll still be here. I'll have to mute myself. We have marketing meetings every Tuesday and Thursday at 2 o'clock Eastern Time. So I usually sit in on them just to see what's happening, hear what's happening. PLTR, Shady, there you are. PLTR, let's take a look at PLTR. Okay, Palantir. So what I see, I look left. I know you like this one. 1420 though, I see looking left and I see 1437, but I do see that 1420. What's the relative volume? 1. Yeah, are you looking to swing this? Of course, this is the huge float, so I mean, this is not really moving that much. I mean, it moves 6%. Don't get me, I know that, but you know, most of that is already in the pre-market, the big gap. And you know, this one has been, of course, very interesting one. A lot of people were. This is the one that went direct to market, right? They did not. This was not a normal IPO. Is this the one that went direct to market? I know there have been a few of them. And I think the very, 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 very first one was Spotify. I think, or certainly the first one that was kind of a name. All right, what's going to happen here? Okay, with this with this market, and we're sort of at the highs here. Is it going to stall and move back down? In other words, you know, revisit the chop, or is it going to take this out and maybe give us a decent trend for, you know, an hour or so? Yeah, we certainly, Samuel. Yeah, we certainly know what they do, but I wouldn't be too happy if I were an early investor, Palantir. I mean, I would have been happy from here, from 10 up to 45, but hopefully, you know, then you should be getting rid of it. I mean, this is just like most IPOs, guys, for the last year or so. I mean, I know there must be some okay ones, but boy, there are a lot of these IPOs and SPACs. SPACs are dead. I mean, there's the odd one that does something, but SPACs are basically dead. Ah, my namesake. Okay, BE. What are you doing? So this is an okay, power generation. Okay, so this is not. I don't know what sector this. I mean, I hate to call it the energy sector. I mean, it's energy. It has energy in the name, but why doesn't Dwack die? Yeah. Look at the topping tail. Look at them both, though, guys. Look at them both. CFVI. So yeah, so big topping tail here. A lot of volume came in, and look at CFVI is virtually the same. You know, volume came in and a topping tail, but right back down. Hard to trade. Wow. Unless you're just a believer. But look at this 15-minute chart. This is hideous. Let's bring up a big 15-minute chart. This is what you want to run from. If you see a pattern like this, again, to try to intraday trade these, I mean, this is just a mess. All right, guys, I'll join this meeting, so I'm going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. That was a long meeting. I will stick around till 3:30 on the mic. If wrap this room up at 3:30. Again, you can head over to YouTube at between 3:30 and 4:30. Chris will be there. And just looking at the market, man, just flattened right out. Look at here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So an hour and a half. This one is forming almost an hour and 3/4, just flattened right out. Well, UPST is an earnings play, so I don't know. Is there? Oh, you mean some news hitting right now? It's an earnings play, but I don't know. Is that what you mean? Like why the last hour down? It is an earnings play, yeah, after hours. Maybe in anticipation of poor earnings. BRQS, yeah, we don't typically in this room. It's not because I'm against it. We just don't have a lot of people, looking at stocks under $1. To be honest, it's not that I'm against it. If we had if you had enough people interested in this sort of stuff, we'd have more dialogue about it. But we just don't have many people bringing up stocks like this. I have no idea what this is doing. Well, Jay, you're probably not in the room anymore. JK, ozone, boy, that really did move. It is still coming into that little resistance area, OZON. Looking on the weekly chart, you can just look, the high 2248, so it's getting close. But boy, it takes that out, and that high before that. This has got some room. OZON, it's got some room. What is space doing? Space doing space. Yeah, so I mean, it's been, yeah, it did have the move down, but it's been strong, pretty much all day. That was a 40 cents move down, but it's been strong all day. You can now sign up to go to space with Virgin Galactic after starting. Oh, I see. So they're taking reservations. Okay. So ticket sales will be open tomorrow, starting tomorrow, to the general public. Just looking to see, trying to see how much. Only $450,000. Here we go. Only $450,000. You just have to put 150 down, and then you're set to go. Those are US dollars. Okay, guys. SBSW. A little bit of a break here. Gold play. Got beaten up because of gold being down. Most of gold plays being down. So interesting. The market's not moving down, but this little gold play is moving up. And this is SBSW. It's reserving his seats. It's funny, just the type of guy I am, I guess. But I have zero interest. Even if I had a spare 100,000 or 500,000 hanging around, I have zero interest in doing that. I don't know why. I just don't have any interest. I never bungee jumped either, and I haven't jumped out of a plane with a parachute. No interest. But that, obviously there are people out there that love to do that stuff, and all right, guys. Not much happening right now. I'm just making sure that I have my sound alerts not toggled off. Not getting too many new alerts. Yeah, I don't think so, Mike. Boy, this market, let me bring up a bigger SPY chart. This market is just absolutely flattened right out. Yeah, look at this, just kind of flattened right out. Some bottoming tails. I mean, the interesting thing, some bottoming tails, and the buyers keep moving it up, but this is really, really kind of narrow. See if it breaks out. Hey, no problem, Sam. I only took one trade today. I won't even tell you what it was. I only took one trade today. Tomorrow, I think I'll be back a little more into the trading mind. You're very inventive, Mike. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Well, definitely a nice rebound. Let's take a look at the SPY overall on a weekly chart and just see what we see here. So there's the daily, of course. There's the weekly, kind of just a little bit of chopping action, but it's a nice day, nice recovery day. I mean, we're down a lot yesterday, 2 days, but we did recover a little bit at the end of the day. But Friday, that was a brutal day. Whoa, I had an alert. And I can tell you, this is the one I took, AMKR. Just got another new alert, another new high for AMKR. Not much, but turned out to be not a bad little trade for getting back into it. And no real IPOs this week. Those cheap IPOs really have sort of dried up. We really haven't seen any IPOs yet. Boy, this AMKR, I mean, this turned out to be a really nice, relatively easy trade in terms of not giant red candles whipping out of the trade. Nothing is easy, okay? But when you get something that looks like this, really you're not really whipsawed out of the trade. When did that first happen? So the first alert for it, I didn't get it way back here, of course, but 9:45. So the first alert was 22.75, 22.75, 24.13. I mean, that's pretty darn good. All right, this one just showed up. CORZ. Is this a SPAC? Nope. Okay, so I mean, this has really done nothing. I guess I don't know if this was a SPAC that became CORZ last month, or was this an IPO? I don't really recall it. It really didn't do anything. Let me go check my IPO calendar and see if I can see it. All right, was Coors anywhere? Let's see now. That would have been last. So January. Let's see if I can see it. I do not see it. So I don't know if that was a SPAC that became CORZ. I don't see it as an IPO back in January. Okay, so this, oh gosh, okay. A carbon neutral blockchain infrastructure. So I guess this is a bit kind of a Bitcoin or a crypto play. It's a crypto play. CORZ. All right, I can probably say with 99.9% certainty this was a SPAC. Why? Because you look at the position in the lifetime range, 54%, but you look, so if you look here, you say, well, wait a minute, how can that be? It looks like it's almost at a lifetime high. That's because it must have been a SPAC before, and when it was a SPAC, it was a lot higher in price, and then here it is now. Or I don't know what SPAC it was, that's all. So maybe I can find it here in the news. Here we go. So Power Digital Infrastructure Acquisition Core. Okay, so that was probably, I can't remember what the symbols, but so that was that's what happened on the 19th. Oh, remember this one a long time ago. This one a race early. TISI, T-I-S-I. I remember early on. No, nice little move. Some pretty big volume also for TISI. Yeah, TISI on the move. What did they do? Secures a $10 million. That was on the 11th. A $10 million equity investment refinances their debt. So no news today on it, but maybe this is just saying, okay, maybe they won't go completely out of business. Look at the volume, guys. Look at the volume. So 28 million, they traded 17 million. So probably won't trade the float today, but man, that's a lot of volume. Could be interesting tomorrow. I mean, you check that volume out today. That's a huge volume burst. So this could be interesting tomorrow. LRMR, okay. When I looked at it, it was actually, this is starting to move a little bit, guys. 414. But it just pulled back now. Boy, talk about, look at this snoozer, UP. Wow. Just absolutely doing nothing once it hit this 4 level. And the market, look at the market, just flattened right out. No, I keep saying that, but that's what it did, what it's doing. Just looking at some earnings plays, guys. Nothing really. This BWA Borg, the Borg, not bad actually. Coming into the 200-day. Let's see what happens tomorrow. Maybe that stalls it and turns into an interesting short for BORG. VLCN. Haven't seen this for a while. You know what, guys? This takes out 3. Yeah, I'm sticking an alert. It probably won't happen today, but if this takes out 3, you can just see right there. And then after that, the next high is 442. So this would be a very interesting if it takes out 3. I'm going to stick an alert at 305. I doubt it'll happen today, but if it happens tomorrow, you can just kind of see what could happen. Another, I don't think it was an IPO. Again, I think another SPAC. Yeah, definitely. Another SPAC. If you wonder what I'm talking about, just type it in. It's an acronym, SPAC. You'll see what they're all about. All right, guys, I'm just going to put myself on mute. I'll pop in if there are any questions, if I have to get on the mic. Again, this room will be closed at this room. When I say this room will be closed at 3:30. I'll put the YouTube link in right now. You can head over there at 3:30. Chris will be there from 3:30 to 4:30. Now, I mean, you want a definition of chop. Look at this 5-minute chart for EQNR. This is now a gap down and reverse. But so hard. I mean, look at that. Very hard to trade. For me, anyway. I know some will look at that, maybe, I don't know, some kind of a pattern. I'm sure it has a name for it, but it just doesn't appeal to me. Well, this is actually a good time. My headset just died, so maybe what I'll do, I'll definitely put myself on mute now, guys, okay? So, and I'll shut the room down in about 9 minutes. Okay, guys, I know I said to put myself on mute, but again, if you do want to take part in this test drive, there's still time. You'll get the balance of today. Of course, the market's almost closed, but you can still run with it tonight. And then you'll get 8 trading days, okay? And I'll just put the test drive link in here. I say there's still time. You can actually sign up all the way till Friday, and then that's it. Obviously, it's depreciating. You won't get the 10 days, but if you think $11.11 is worth it for 8 days, basically it'll be 8 days if you sign up right now. If you sign up on Friday, you'll get the 5 days next week. So, actually, when I say next week, it goes to the 28th, which is the Monday. Okay, we put it that Monday because President's Day is next Monday, so we always want to give you 10 trading days, so that's why it was the 14th to the 28th inclusive. So again, for $11.11, you'll have access to the full premium service, except for no auto trading. You will not be able to auto trade, which I don't think anybody, especially if you're new trying us out, that shouldn't be of any interest. I guess if you're standard and you've had our product for a while and you want to try auto trading, I mean, you can, first of all, you should never do it unless you practice in the simulator. You can always use the simulator, practice auto trading, your own strategy. If you want to try to auto trade the AI, fine, but practice in this, do it in the simulator. That's why we have it there. All right, now I'll put myself on mute. because I gotta pop in here. Boy, look at this BKKT. Look at the volume that came in. Crypto play. High 3 days ago was about 864. It's not, to me. It's not been a very easy intraday trader, but a lot of interest just came in. Look at that volume right now. I'm just waiting for Chris to start streaming. Okay, guys, I'm going to shut the room down now. Open tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Thanks a lot for all the help. And have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
All right, looks like video, audio looks good. All right, everybody, welcome. Trade Ideas live Q&A here for 3:30 on February 15th, 2022. Already just past halfway through February. Happens that quick for us. So I do this every market day as a live Q&A. No pre-done content, so I let you folks drive the content with your questions, thoughts. See how we can help you get the most out of the software here. Of course, if I get the silent treatment from you all, I'll try to come up with some ideas, some thoughts on my own. Try to keep you entertained. Get something informative, educational. Dylan, how are you? Good to see you. So again, anybody with any questions, please fire those away for me here. If not, mess around. We'll dive into some charts, some market thoughts here. Might see what's happening Happy Turnaround Tuesday. Had a follow-up question yesterday. I posted the question above, but I'll copy and paste it again. Let me see. I see it up there, Dylan. Now you don't have to go through the trouble copy and paste, and I can scroll right up for you real quick. So let's see, questions regarding volume filters. So I understand that most volume filters have 10-day baseline, but for filters such as volume 5 minutes, we'll be taking average volume 5 minutes to today. So it's comparing it over 10 days. So whatever 5 minutes would be expected over the past 10 days. Same with the 5 minute, I think there's 10, 15, and 30 minutes, all for topless. And then there's a 1 minute for alert windows. I feel your pain, Mike C. I feel your pain. Sorry, I'm reading these questions here. I guess I'm asking about the carrying average of the day in that time frame versus a point in time, if that makes sense. Right. So it's just going, taking it a look back. So what are we expecting over 5 minutes for volume in a percent? So we take 10 days, all right, and we break that into 5 minute segments. That 10 days, and each 5 minute segment's assigned a percentage is how that works. If that makes a little more sense for you. And remember, we're working in percents, not in shares. So again, if we take, let's go to the top list here, or go to any top list, I suppose. So if we take this and we're just looking at this here, what we're saying with any one of these filters right here, whether it's the 5 minute, the 10 minute, the 15 or 30 minute volume, we're saying we took 10 days and we broke them down into segments of this amount of time. And then we average what the volume percent was over those segments essentially. And this is what's expected. So 100 becomes our baseline. So if we add, if we had one of these in here, we don't have one right now. Let's add that filter. So if we have, any one of these filters in here for volume in this time frame, whether it's 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 100 becomes the baseline for percentages over those 10 days. And then, the way it will work is tomorrow, what was day 10 today rolls off. And so, day 2 or day 9 today becomes day 10 tomorrow. And today will go in and, replace, tomorrow will go in and replace today as, or excuse me, as we move forward, today will replace yesterday because we're looking back. So today's data isn't going to count in any of that. So hopefully that makes maybe a little more sense the way I'm describing it there for you. percentage value. If I want to filter on average number instead of percent to basically leave something off. Right, we don't have, the only average volumes we're going to have like that is going to be this here. These average daily ones here. That's what we'll have for average per shares. Now, with a custom filter, because we have the data within the system, we can do how many shares were traded in the last minute, 5 minutes, and 10 minutes. But it won't give us an average, but we can just say we've traded this many shares in X amount of time. But that takes a custom filter, goes down some more advanced type of stuff here. Not coding wise, because it's a short code, but just getting into anybody's system. So that's how that would work if you wanted to have that, for example, as something to scan on. And then, we start to get into, like I was describing yesterday, bring this back up again. We start to get into this area here of, things kind of being relative to what the stock is, and how having your volume and shares today, um, coincides with the relative volume and even these volume filters here today. Because, like I said, you could have a stock doing 1,000 times what it normally does for 5 minute volume, but what if it trades only 100 shares every 5 minutes? That might not be interesting to someone. But you could also have a stock that's doing 100 times or 10 times its 5 minute volume, and normally it's doing you know let's say 5,000 shares every 5 minutes. That's something that's going to be more appealing to most traders in general. Now, obviously, some people are trading more and less liquid stocks and things like that. I always kind of hesitate on the custom stuff just because it's a little tricky. But let's see. I mean, we can walk through some of this here. So I'll bring over how we would start this. So if anybody that's interested in customs, this is a very fast crash course in this. All right, come get onto our homepage here. All right, everybody go to trade-ideas.com if you want to learn more about customs. Now, look, I think there are a lot of people get a very big misconception that they're missing out by not using customs. All right. There's no special or secret code in here. There's not some hidden filter that doesn't really, that you don't know about or anything like that. It's just that people are able to take filters that we already have and make different kinds of statements with those. There are, there are some really neat things that can be done in here, but I don't think anything that I'm going to try to show you makes or breaks a trader or makes or breaks a software, essentially. But, for anybody that wants to dive down these roads and wants to be curious, we'll do a quick tutorial on it, and then you can jump down all the rabbit holes in the world on your own after that. And, of course, you can always send us emails, and we'll try to help you out the best that we can with those as well. I've seen some people do some really crazy, fancy stuff with customs, or at least they thought they were, and it ends up being a big nothing burger. So, keep those in mind. So, all right, just in case, we'll put this here for you. So anybody that wants to follow along with this, I'm going to give another 10 seconds or so, load up that web page, all right, and then we'll walk through this together. When you get to this web page here, all right, the first step you'll be doing is up here where it says login, all right. You're going to do just that, log in, all right. It's going to bring you to your account management page here, okay. I'll give everybody a moment to catch up with that. Alright, so I'm hoping that you were all able to log in kind of quickly. Again, remember, your username is case sensitive, so you got to really know what your username is. If you use capital letters, lowercase letters, how you did that. Alright, once we're here on the account management page, we have all these different items along here to look at. Alright, all this stuff around here, and what we want is custom formulas right there. Alright, we're going to go ahead and click that. All right, now your page, more likely than not, unless you've either done custom work before or we've installed a custom, is going to be blank. You're not going to see all this stuff here. And again, there's no special secret formula I have in here. A lot of these is me playing around and experimenting with things, all right? We're going to come down and there's two different documents to look at. First one is this help document. So you go ahead and right click that and open it in a new tab. And this is what we're going to come across here. And this is an overview of this editor here. All right. And, I'm not going to go through each one of these things. You can do them in your own time. But, everything is in here. And there's a table of contents that's here to get you through different items. All right, that are all within here, what Boolean expressions are, all these different things like that. You don't need to be some really fancy magic coder, all right? But you do have to understand a little bit of some C++ programming language, all right? If we scroll down here, all these different things that discuss the formats, when we're using cones, a cone is, for example, let me add this here, configure. All right, this is going to be what a cone is. See how this is over here? That's your cone. That's what that means, all right, for these displays, all right? So these are things that you can decide when you're creating the custom formula, what you want it to say. Again, we go into these pre-existing formulas. That's what we're working with. Your standard operators here for coding, all right? Again, nothing overly fancy, but you do need to understand what these mean in C programming language, okay? And then we start with the basic codes: price, last, all right? Most recent close. So this is a formula right here. These are short code formulas, every one of these things, and here's the description over here of what they all mean, all right? And then we have these here. Now I discussed we have shares per minute, per 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 and 30 minutes. These are the codes. So if you want to see 1 minute volume in shares, what you do is this. You highlight this here, copy. All right, we're going to come back to the formula editor and we go create new. We post this in here, all right, paste this in here, V_up1 capitalization matters, and this is volume per minute in shares, all right? So whatever I have this because I've put it in a bunch of people's clouds, but you have it right here, volume shares per minute, all right? And you give it a unit, it's shares, all right? Format is 1 because we're working with whole share numbers, and again, the graphic. Generally speaking, you want none. But, there are occasions you might want a cone for something, getting into some advanced stuff or position and range here. And you're just going to click save, and that's it. That's the end of this right here. You've got that all saved right there. And if you come back if you return to list, you'll see that was U8. And we can see right here, there's U8 for me. Volume, shares per minute, just as I saved. And now, if I go into this right here in the configure of any scan, all right, I go to search. I can come down here, and at the bottom of your list will be all the customs that you have, and see how, we start at U0, U1. They'll skip around if you start deleting and putting new customs in, but my last set here, look, U8, volume shares per minute, just what I did there. And I could click on that, add that filter, and then I could say, for example, 1,000. So now I have to have traded 1,000 shares in the last minute to get a trigger on the alert, if that's what I'm looking to do, or on the top list or whatever. All right, and it's just as simple as that. So to take it a step further for everybody, I want to delete that because I don't want to have waste space and get confused, but I'm going to delete that. All right. Now, so top list, for example, they don't have a 1 minute volume percent. If we go to configure, all right, and we go to search, and we look at volumes, we jump right to 5 minute volume. There's no 1 minute. So if you want that 1 minute volume for top list, you can put it in as a custom and it'll be there. All right, to do that, again, we started here. We went to this instructions here. We have all these different codes here, these short codes. And again, you can go through to understand what each one of them means and how they function. All right, there's more stuff down here that we go into all these different items here for the coding and the functions of the codings. All right. And, while we can't compare candles, we can compare time. So here we also talk about how you can compare the last minute with the last 5 minutes. things like this. Again, these are items you can go through at your leisure and read through how this is working. So those that want to compare some time frames, again, it's not comparing candles, because I get a lot of people that all of a sudden say, oh, I thought you said you couldn't compare candles. I can't. This is not comparing a candle. It's not taking a 5-minute candle. It's not taking a 1-minute candle. It's taking a time frame, okay? But back to the formula editor, most of the codes live in this second document here. If we right click and we open this, here's your short codes for all these different items. So here's volume, 1 minute, and a percent. And we can take that code, all right, and we can put it into a cloud again. We come back to the formula editor and we create, and we put this in here and we paste. Make sure that's done right, paste it in right. And you can put 1 minute volume percent. That's what it is. Your unit, you're working in percents. And then, once you save that, all right, you would have it here in a top list to use. And if we look here again, search, let's go 1 minute volume. You can see that custom formula is now here, that I could use that 1 minute volume in a top list when I couldn't use it before, okay? So you all have those abilities. Hopefully that was, made sense what I did there. So let's get rid of that. Let's get out of all that. All right. And hopefully I didn't bore anybody to death with any of that. And this P10 stock is killing me right now. I sold today. Started to make this nice move. I had this position for a long time here. And I sold when it was getting wobbly in here. And I said, you know what? We did well. We're up for the day again. And then I was like, oh, all right, darn. And I pulled back. I'm like, all right, good move. And just looks like it's ready to keep going. I mean, talk about extended, though. I mean, I had to sell. All right, good, Dylan. I'm glad. And like I said, I've seen people do some really good stuff, and it certainly helped their scanning. I don't know that it helped their trading. I mean, two different things. And I've seen people get so caught up in it that all they worry about is filters, and they never trade. And they're just worried about building filters, and, to each their own. But, there's definitely some cool stuff that can be done in there. Again, does that cool stuff relate to profits? For some people, yes. For some people, no. So, all right, I'm still kind of getting the silent treatment here, other than Dylan keeping me company and Mike C giving a shout out. So, ran some races again today. Unfortunately, I've had to load and reload my layout like 30 times today. But one of the cool things that I started paying attention to in the races, especially running these 3-minute races, we can see how many times a stock has won a race. All right. So I can see SCKT has won 2 races. And so, it's just another way for me to what's moving? What's been happening here? What's some shakers and movers? So I've been watching this, and I had SPCE earlier today winning a bunch of races, and man, that thing has been off to the races here. Excuse my play on words, but I had this winning races all through all of this here. So I mean, I just continue to really liking this with stock car racing stuff right now. I gotta tell you, really liking it. Whoop, there goes Vet, holding a position here in Vet. And picked off the other day on a pullback. So, oil still making moves here, or at least oil stocks and gas stocks. Even with, I'm pretty sure, all that gap down except natural gas. I think natural gas gapped up today, but I don't know what it's done since. Let's see. Oh yeah, USO, that gap down and just flummoxed around. XOP, I think that's moved up positive on the day, or positive from the open, yeah. And where's my friend UNG? We'll just type you in. did my friend UNG do today? Gapped up, came back down, moved up. All right, moving back up into positive territory again. So, all right, very, very interesting stuff. And we look like we're buying into the close here. Look like we're buying real nice into the close. So, and again, how do I know that? I'm looking at my CC windows here. All right. So we can see that the IWM has probably made a nice move up. All right. And we can see the large caps are starting to make their moves up as well. Let's take a look at an IWM chart now. There we go. Nice move in the last couple of 5-minute bars here after a little bit of a sell-off. So I don't know if there's some news out there or something's going around, or we're just moving up because we're just moving up and we're stuck in a range. No, not a stupid question. There are no such thing as stupid questions ever. We don't have a dark mode, but here's what you can do. You can use Windows to kind of create a dark mode. Let me find... give me a second. I'm going to find it. We did a section. There was at least a section in the user's guide. Let me make sure that it still exists. Because it was in there, then it got taken out for some reason, and then I think it was put back in again. Well, let me check here. User's guide. It appear. Sorry, I'm trying to find this here. Alright, here you can use this to try to create a dark theme. Use that there. Can I share the compare count? Yeah, of course I can share that compare count. Let me find that real quick for you there, Debbie. Load from cloud. Where are you? Compare count. And copy. And paste. And we're good to go. There you go. So that's the compare counts. One-stop shop on ETF performance. I mean, you could do this here, perfect circle. It's not going to have every ETF, but it's got a lot of the basics. Open a new docked channel bar. Oh wait, you want compare counts with the... No, performance just ETF, sorry, yeah. So actually I have something else that I can share that Jamie had shared with someone else the other day and then just shared with me. There's a question about it. Sector status, you can go to do this. And, you know, these are going to be, you know, some of the major sectors here. You got it, Debbie. So you could do this here and look at that, and you can see, you know, stocks that make up these different items. And then here, I'll share something else with you really quick. I gotta find it. Da, 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 da. Excuse me, I'm just searching some archives for a few things in here. So I'm going to drop this in here, and then I'm going to load it up and show you what it's doing here. File, load from cloud, paste, load. No, wrong thing. Oh, that did work. Whoops. Isn't that interesting? So this is something Jamie Hodge created to take a step further in sector status. All right. And this has compare count windows in it now. The compare count windows will only work in regular market hours though, all right? So you have compare count windows, energy versus energy, utilities versus utility, and so it's going to be your new highs and new lows essentially, linking those. So just one more tool to add to the whole thing here. For anybody that wants to look at ETFs and some stocks within those ETFs and how that works. So that's what I just shared on that last link there. All right, let's get rid of this stuff here. Or you know what? Hold on, I did want to save this. There we go. All right, and Eagle's asking us to look at LEGN. What do we got going on here? Interesting. All right. Let's see. So pharmaceutical traded 1.5 mil. That's 3 times its normal. So maybe we've got something in the sand here, some footprints in the sand here. This stock race has some customs in it. This stock race does not have any customs in it. There's nothing fancy with the customs here. I just added a 1 minute change because the top list doesn't traditionally have the 1 minute change in it. And I added a 1 minute volume percent in it too. I can certainly share this one here easily. What you'll need is this here. Copy and save it to the cloud like this. Trying to give you the whole window. Duplicate free floating window. All right. So there's that one that doesn't have the customs. And then I'll walk you through on the customs and what to do there in a moment here for the second race. Just give me a second. Let me look at this chart for Eagle Trader real quick. All right, so LEGN. All right, your pharmaceutical. So you're really going to be news-based more than anything else. I'm guessing they had some kind of news that must have come out that did this big volume spikes that are in here. But you can also see you've got some kind of line in the sand that's drawn around this area here. The price seems to be a magnet, so I'd call this a some kind of support zone right there. All right. And I think you're going to have to look at this as a resistance zone right here because we see the price jumped way down, made a move back up, and while it's wobbling, it still couldn't get through this. So now you're also looking at this as a resistance zone right here. And so that's what I'm looking at as far as that goes. You're definitely, double top happened there. That's, hindsight being 2020, of course. And I'm guessing some kind of big news happened here to have this massive gap down and then a reversal back up. So, a news-driven stock. As long as it stays active like this, then you've got, I guess, a trading vehicle, but there had to have been some kind of news or something like that right there. So there's less technical analysis work to be done on something like that, I think, and more news work to be done. So yeah, Legend Biotech slips after FDA clinical hold on blood cancer study. All right, so this is what you're doing here. You're trading this news stuff here. You're trading news. You're not trading technicals when it comes to comes to stocks like that. Or comes to moves like what's going on here. Like kind of my 2 cents there. So all right, for this race here, what I've done is this. All right, the top list, the base top list. If we right click and we come to configure, essentially what I've done is I created this race that looks exactly like this. I put a $4 minimum in here. I don't have a maximum. You got to trade 125,000 shares today at least. 1 minute RSI has to be 50, 3 relative volume, and a 400 on the 1 minute volume. All right, you got it, Eagle Trader. So what you'd have to do in order to be able to use this scan is you got to create a 1 minute volume percent custom for your top lists. All right, so what I went through on that tutorial about customs a moment ago, will that get you there to be able to do that for that scan? Yeah, the formula is easy. Here's your formula. Brackets, EOL1 bracket, and it's a capital V. That's the formula that you'll need. All right, and then from there, you just have to recreate what I've done here essentially. I mean, I can share this with you. You're also going to need one other item. I'm sorry, because I'm I'm racing on a 1 minute change percent as well. I got to find the code for you for that. So that's where the race comes in. So the top list is finding me stocks based on these items here. The race is happening based on this 1 minute change. Let me find that code for you. Log in. Custom formulas. 1 minute volume. 1 minute change. Edit. I'm gonna find you somewhere. Edit. Okay, here we go. So, didn't copy over. Hold on. Sorry. All right, here we go. So that's the custom to make that this 1 minute change percent as to get it as a column. All right, and that's really it. There's nothing else special here. No fancy coding. And again, I'll share this out like this, but you will all have to put your versions of the customs in. My customs won't transfer over. Duplicate into free floating window. My cloud is a mess after these last 2 weeks. I have to spend my Saturday or Sunday afternoon cleaning it out. So that's that scan. But like I said, you're going to have to go in and install those two customs into your cloud. All right. And then you'll remove my custom that'll be in there, and you'll put your own in there, and a 400 on that 1 minute volume, and you just need to add the column of the 1 minute change. That's it. And I all kidding aside, or it's now been 10, 11 trading days that I have found some unbelievable gems in both these races, and and very early I'm finding a lot of these. This was in here really early. I also found this really early. JOBY. I found this really early. I found SPCE really early. I also found AMKR. Is that it? Yep. I found this really early today. So and when I find the ones early that have some appeal to me, I set some price alerts, and I let those price alerts work, and from there, the trader stuff has to come in eventually, because there's still a number of cars here. Not all the cars that I look at are winners. I've looked at plenty of losers in all these races as well. So, all right, sorry, just some messages had come in, and I just want to make sure that I'm staying up on things. I'm running them for 3 minutes, Debbie. I seem to be having success there, so I'm not going to mess with it. I think, I had no reason that I picked 3 minutes either. I just decided I'm going to go with 3 minutes. And now looking back on it, reason that I like it is this. The races are long enough for me to have, some movement during these 1 minute change is what the focus is here on this race, and a 2 minute change is what the focus is on this race. So 3 minutes gives me enough time for the cars, or gives it enough time for the cars to move around, and winners and losers from the pack separating. But 3 minutes is short enough that I can see how many races a certain car might be winning. At one point, I think I had SPCE win 5 races or 6 races, and it was still cruising along today. So SPCE, right? Is that the right one I'm looking for? Yeah. So, I had this thing winning. I started the race about 2 minutes after market open. And by the time I was here, it had probably won 4 races or 3 races, and then it had won 5 races by here. And I mean, we're talking about day trading here. There's still plenty of meat to have on that, all the way up. Now, again, not every race, not every car in the races is doing that. I'm, as a trader, looking and saying, boy, we've been down here for a while. This thing has a ton of volume in it. It's super liquid. There just seems to be a lot of oversoldness going on. I have no idea if there was news in the stock today. I haven't even looked at the news of the stock today, and I refuse to look if there was any news in the stock today. I don't care. What I care about is this. The races based on RSI, a change in 1 minute, 1 minute volume, and relative volume. Those scans said, look at these stocks. There's extra action in them compared to normal today. And then looking at a chart afterwards, and the race is pointing to what's really moving on those stocks, I looked at that chart and I said, wow, that's got a nice basing pattern there. There could be a real good risk to reward setting up here. The market's gapped up, the market's strong, this thing's gapped up. Now all of a sudden this thing is moving, and I can establish for myself, all right, well, if I was looking at it here, this is 45 minutes after the open, a $9 stop, and I was only at, look, 943. That's not a huge risk, all right? That's not a real huge risk for me to stick a $9 stop on where that gapped up to. So that's the trader side of me that came in and decided this. So now look, again, hindsight's 2020. Looking back, it looks easy. But, as a new trader, I might not have been able to see that. It takes time to have these things develop, in your sight, that look left mentality of, 5 minute, 15 minute, and daily charts, where a stock might be able to go to, where it's come from, where it could possibly return to, things like that. So these are the things, obviously to keep in mind. Yeah, standard deviation, that's a really good one, especially because if you had above standard deviation, you're definitely going to get SPCE. That thing hasn't been gapping around and moving around like that recently. That's a good one. I hadn't thought about standard deviation before. Might have to mess with that in the near future just to see what we get out of races with that. Yeah, that is a good ETF setup that I kind of happened upon it accidentally because someone that he had shared it with thought maybe the CC windows weren't working in the pre-market. So, I asked him for that layout just to double check, and it's only the compare count windows in are only looking at regular new highs, not pre-market new highs. So the easy enough fix, just add that pre-market in there. Yeah, thanks, Debbie. Honestly, it was a happy accident that worked out with those 3 minute races looking like that. We'll see what the future holds on how that goes. Yeah, it does use a lot of heavy resources. There's 20 something 30 windows in there, something like that, plus the dock container. So that's big time heavy. So let's see anything else that's happening right now. But yeah, again, I don't know, I don't know if maybe a 4 minute or 5 minute race might also have it serves its own purposes. But like I said, kind of happy accident that all worked out. So, you know, it's been so long since I've taken a dive down all the sectors here. Let's really fast as if anybody has questions, fire them away. I want to jump around some of these sectors while we're waiting here, or while I wait for questions to come in. So let's take a look here. Clean energy. Is that trying to put in a base and a reversal? Perhaps. I know there's all this talk about EV infrastructure going on, but right now, if this can break that wedge, then looks good to the upside. Possibly some room to run for sure coming up to here. If not, that's a bear flag. So time will tell which one that's going to end up being. Solars, same thing. I would say in hindsight that was a bear flag right there as a gap down. Obviously, we'll see if it can pull out of that funk or not. Airlines, airlines are really kind of being news driven. SOXX, you got your semiconductors. Semiconductors continue to struggle as far as supply chains go, but they're in the highest demand they've ever been in. Um, the overall trend I say is intact, but we'll see. That's a narrow, that's the word I'm looking for, not a narrow trend line, but low plane trend line there, not a real steep trend line versus we had this here. That trend line that happened back there that was broken. So we'll see. Semiconductors overall still look strong to me. Same here, same concept. Semiconductors again, LIT, that's your lithium batteries. Um, this is an interesting one because you can see it goes parabolic, makes these big pullbacks. Real steep trend line, real sharp move up, and then this pullback. So I think this is a pretty big area for this rate in here to hold this here. If you can hold this area here, I think your lithium stocks will catch wind again. We're just not even going to talk about these stocks anymore. I think I made my point. Everybody, if you don't know how I feel about pot stocks, I just don't get it. There's no business model that makes sense to me in them whatsoever. Autonomous vehicle, this is kind of a weird one, I would say. Not very liquid. You're going to be dependent on news here, and if Tesla can do whatever they're trying to do, I don't know who else is in the autonomous space, basically. Your biotech continues to just suffer. China, same thing. I can't tell you how many messages and conversations that I end up in where every time China makes a move up like this right here, oh, this is it. China's coming back. Okay, maybe it is. I don't see it yet. K-Web, there it is, way down there. And again, whenever I say any of these things like this, if I'm talking about something looks strong, if it could end up down here the next day, it looks strong. And if I'm talking about it looks weak, this continues to look weak, it could be up here in a week. I don't know. But for the moment, none of my scanners point to anything Chinese stock related. And so it just kind of means nothing to me at this point. Natural gas, another one you got to be real careful with. This thing gaps up and down all over the place. Going to be very dependent on weather, and I think whatever's going on in Europe with natural gas lines and Russia and Ukraine and Germany and all that. So we want to be careful here in the UNG for your natural gas. At your retail sector, obviously inflation is going to play some role. Are people going to dial back their spending? Wage increases and things like that aren't matching with inflation, all that kind of stuff. So, we had this really long range. We busted out of it, and then not so great economic numbers start coming out. And so this kind of looks weak to me. For now, I would say retail sectors looks like it's showing some weakness overall. Continue here. This is going to be your information sector. I think we had a pretty nice long-term trend that was moving like this. I think that trend has been broken. That's not really a great line. That's not what I wanted to illustrate at all. See if I draw the regular trend line. They don't always look great on our charts when I'm trying to display what I want to display. So we've broken that kind of long-term trend line right there. I don't know how well everybody can see it. Hopefully you can see it all right. But, it started from here. We hit there, we hit there, we hit here, and we broke that. So we'll see if we can recapture or not. Excuse me one moment here, just a message coming in. Sorry. Let's continue down. Software, again, looks weak overall. KRE, these are your regional banks. That looks strong overall. We got a nice trend that's intact. So we had this nice move up. We kind of consolidated through here. All right. We kind of popped out, popped right back in. And we've got this kind of nice trend that's right intact right there on the KRE or regional banks. So again, banks stay strong. IWM. Still looks weakish overall. Had this whole time this was in this range. We broke down out of that range now. We're struggling to get back into that range even. So your small cap stocks continue to underperform the overall markets. Technology, this still looks okay. We look like we've got a trend that's intact more or less here. All right. See if we can't hold on to that trend. We pierced it here, but we never closed below that. All right. So I'd say that's what we want to look at if we're involved in some technology items. Let's see, Debbie, is there an option tell the idea surfing, how fast to surf? Nah, no adjustability on it. It's, I forget, is it 5 seconds or 8 seconds? It jumps between the top 3 on each top list. the AI and your price alerts. Those are what it is. No way to speed it up or slow it down, unfortunately. Cues. Again, a lot of things tied with technology here. We had this nice trend line that was happening here. I gotta really stop trying to draw these trend lines. Draw them like this here. Right, look at that. We have this beautiful trend that was intact here, right? We've broken that trend line and back into this range. We're bouncing around in this range here right now. So that's what we want to kind of look at for the cues, I feel like. Again, back to banking. We look real strong again here. Beautiful move that happened here. Up. Again, just like the KRE. We consolidated here, but we popped even less out of that range down here than the KRE did. And we've got this nice kind of new trend that's forming right in here. So, banks continue to look strong. Let's keep on keeping on. Telecommunications, they ain't looking so good right here. This kind of bowing that we've got going on there. Alright, so same thing. This is a pretty big area. I would say this $30 range here. Keep on keeping on. Regional banks, I think we see a theme here. Who's holding up the market and who's holding back the market? Technology holding us back. Banks holding us up. Short-term trend that's in here. We have this beautiful move that's up. We consolidated in here. We got this nice trend that's back intact right here. All right. Emerging markets. All right. Big move up. And now we're stuck with lower highs non-stop. And if that's not good enough for you, we're stuck with lower lows every single time. And we can see a nice channel that's formed on the downside here. So that's, we got a really clear line that needs to be broken in order for us to make a new trend or to talk about that trend changing. A big part of this is going to be China and how awful they are. MDY, this is your mid-cap trust. For the US, it's evenly weighted. It's not cap weighted. And again, chop, 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 chop. That is the theme for the last year now we're coming up on. All right, look at that. We're almost to March. We got into this range last March. We have not left that range. We popped out of it, popped in it, popped out of it, popped in it, popped out of it, popped back down into it. So that's it. A lot of slop, and that's what makes it hard for swing traders especially, and why I've moved back to a lot more day trading. Can I add stocks to a watch list that I put in? Absolutely. So, if you create a watch list here in tools, symbols list, and create that watch list, you manage it right here. All right. You double click on any of these lists that you created and start editing it in there. And that's how you do that. So again, for that, you come to tools, symbols list, and we can do whatever you want right here as far as that goes. Add those symbols right in there for you. And then I always recommend, after you do any editing in your symbols list, just click refresh from server real quick, just to make sure that whatever scan that's attached to those lists, or that list is attached to that scan, that list gets updated in that scan for you. You got it, Brian. I'm sorry. Where was I? I got your uranium here. URA. Again, this is going to be a lot of news-driven stuff going on here. I guess we can draw kind of a trend here. All right. But what I mean by news is, the way the world's shifting with energy and is nuclear clean? Is it not clean? Who's going to allow nuclear? Who's not going to allow nuclear? So a lot of news kind of driven stuff in here makes it tougher to do technical analysis, I think, on this when you've got that much noise going on there. And yes, all stocks have some news in there, and they're anybody that believes that there's a separation between fundamentals and technicals, I think misses the big picture. You have to understand as a technician, as technicians, we have to understand that there's going to be underlying fundamental items that affect us technically, all right? And we also have to understand that as anybody that looks at fundamentals, there's going to be underlying technicals that are going to make supports and revisions to these means and price action, essentially. So, but one thing we can certainly note is look at the volume here, all right, during that whole period, and look at the volume here in this last period. And even though we've seen some declining volume here, all right, it's still way ahead of the overall game for back here, so we can keep that in mind looking at uranium overall. And this is what we do: is we read charts and we look and we try to decide how these affect our positions. And one of the reasons that I do this sector rundown here, I like to do it. One, I swing trade. All right, I've done less of it lately, where I've held positions for shorter periods of time, but I also like many people, I have a 401k, and how am I allocating things in those 401ks and things like that. I want to know, where is the money moving? Why is it moving there? Things like that on the longer term picture. All right, these are the things that I like to look at, and I would surmise that many of you are in that same boat. And so, how can we use this software not just for day trading, not just for swing trading, but putting these packages together? And that's a big reason for me going down all these things like that. Can you add your watch list to stock tracing racing? Absolutely. So once you have your symbols list, all right. So for me, this is the top list that I'm working off of for stock racing on that particular race. If I right click and I come to configure, all right, and I go to symbols list, in here are going to be your symbols list, and also lots of symbols lists that we've created. There's a lot of stuff. Look how deep this can go. I'm gonna expand this out real fast. Add existing list. If we come to sectors, all right, look at these, how far down we can break down sectors that we've done for you folks. All right, all these subsectors and everything that's all under here. I mean, look, fruit and tree nut farming. All right, if you're curious, orange groves. All right, and add any of these things to here. All right, let me clean this up a little bit though. What you can do though, if you have your own personal list, all right, your personal stuff's going to sit up at the top here on the existing list for the most part, and you can add any one of these lists. So just for example, stock racing personal, I just happen to have one there. I don't have any symbols in it. It was just done as an example, but it kind of coincides what you asked. I click on that. Now it's over here, all right? This says all symbols. I put a check mark in there. Now only the following lists. Or I could even go exclude the following list. All right, and that's how you can attach it to your top list of what you're trying to do for the race. So perfect. All right, that got that all answered. All right, let's keep on keeping on a few more sectors here, and then I guess I'm going to call it a day. Cloud computing, that looks terrible. I mean, that looks really terrible. I think that chart explains technology in a nutshell recently. And again, we had this big move up here, all right? We consolidated and we broke out really big there, all right? We pulled back, put in a bottom, and made a move up. So, is this going to be a base that we can form off of after, a nice move up, and we call this an overall just a pullback? And we, you know, as technicians, we could draw trend lines wherever we want. I could draw a trend line like this that was broken. I can draw a trend line like this that was broken, where I can say, there's my trend line too. There's no reason I can't say any one of those is a trend line. All right, but what works for you on your time frame if we're looking at cloud computing stocks? So that's the short and skinny there. XHB home builders, they were very strong for a long time. They're flopping around now on us here, showing some weakness. I think that's a big line in the sand for us right there. A lot of economic data is going to be, very involved in this, but we can also say for right now, that's a range. All right, so we've established this range. We popped out of it. We couldn't hold out of it, and here we are bouncing in that range for now on our home builders. Metals and mining. Same thing. Range. We popped out of it. Again, can we hold this up here? Can we not hold that up there? You got it, Mike. See you. Take care, buddy. We'll see you. Hopefully, we'll see you tomorrow. So there's mining. Is it breaking away? Is it gonna come right back down into this range? So, but holding up well, mining. I would say overall. I'd say what holds this back, your precious metals, because they just can't catch a bit break or a bid. Your materials sector, same kind of theme here. And this beautiful run up. All right, we've stuck in this range again. Chop, chop, chop. Biotechs are destroyed. This looks better than the XIB, of course, but still same thing here. I mean, but again, where are you looking at the trend coming from? That's what we ask ourselves. Oops. IYG, what do you do again? Financial services. Finances. We look good still. We talked about banking looking good. We're looking pretty decent here still. Not as nice as banking. Well, we look like we had a range there. All right. And so now is this trying to build a bigger range that's on top of that for its next leg up? That's what I'm trying to look at and trying to figure myself. More communication services. Still doesn't look good there. So phone technologies aren't looking so good. Our SPY. Go back to August. Stuck in that range. Same thing here. We made a move out of it. We made a move out of it. Both to the upside and downside. Revision's been to the mean again. Resolve itself sooner than later. Healthcare. Oh, sorry. It's medical devices. Not looking so great to me here. We can, without a question, say a double top happened here. Double top event. We can see that this was a breakout level here. All right. Sorry about that. Kind of continuing on with this theme here. All right, your industrials, same thing. Can't decide where they want to go. Home on the range. Oil's been strong. but I don't think this really reflects oil. I think the USO reflects it better. FXI, that's your China large cap stocks, looks terrible just like the Chinese internet stocks. Agriculture, we're going to just peruse over that, I guess. Agriculture looks good, but I mean, it trades 52,000 shares, so, not a whole lot to make of that right there. Again, more communication. All the communications, that's the third one we're looking at. They all have the exact same theme. Financials, back to the banks. Big picture overall looks good. Same thing as we discussed. We had a nice run up. We had some consolidation in here. And looks like we've got a nice trend intact right here, short term wise. Financials continue to look good. Pharmaceuticals getting bounced around right now. All right, this is a very thinly traded ETF on pharmaceuticals, but all the same, I think this will reflect overall what the pharmaceutical industry looks like. Dividends, they just don't look like they're drawing a lot of interest. So this is a dividend ETF here. All right, we can see it looked like we were getting popular here, and now we're just in a nice steady decline, downtrending. Bear with me all one moment here, folks. And we'll wrap up the rest of these here. All right. Your broker dealers, it's going to be your IBs and Charles Schwab's and whoever's traded. We can see people still look like they're opening accounts, brokerage accounts. This looks overall pretty strong over here. This trend was kind of violated here. It's picked it back up, but I think overall we can see that there's a short-term trend anyway still intact, I would say. Let's finish clicking through here. Healthcare, again, thinly traded ETF, but it reflects the overall health industry. We'll see. I think this is kind of big right here. This level overall in general, if it can hold this here and start to build up base camp and make a move up for our healthcare. Diamonds, this represents the Dow. It's going to look just like closer to the S&P 500, I'd say. More healthcare, same idea right here. This looks a little nicer than what we just previously looked at for healthcare. SLX is your steel sector. Looks under pressure to me here. Hindsight says that was a double top again. We continue to make lower lows that were there. If we can bust this, then we could say we're changing that trend. All right, so you can see kind of a reverse wedge or more of a cone that's kind of happening here. All right, and a broadening base. REITs, they're real strong, ending the year last year, strongest start this year. They've kind of floundered around now. Real estate, same thing as the REITs. That was a breakout level right there. We'll see if that can hold us right there. Well, that was a happy accident. Two real estates, they look almost exactly the same. Consumer staples actually look strong overall, given everything considered. But if we put up a monthly chart that's flagging on a monthly chart, let's do that really fast. Let's take a look here. Right click. Look at that. What did I say? Flagging on a monthly. There's your poll. We're flagging this way on a monthly. Alright, so fractal patterns. That's what we look for. It's one of the things we love to look for. IYK, consumer staples, so same kind of thing. Alright. So consumer staples, that might be somewhere where we want to look. Silver miners look terrible. The junior silver miners look terrible. Utilities, not looking so hot in the utility sector. I suppose what we could say is we have a long-term trend intact right here. I know it's not a great trend line, but that's what we got. Definitely long-term trend intact that's here so far. We don't want to see this violated though here. We're going to want to see that bounce this way. Shippers, been trying, not trying hard enough, I guess. So again, I would look at this here. Lower highs moving forward on the shippers. Definitely has a base that's in there, and it looks like it's ready to head right back down towards that base. I'll hit AAL in a second there, Joe Dagger. Let me finish up this list. Might as well finish it up for the day. SIL, same thing. Silver miners, they look terrible. I mean, just looks really terrible. IYE, your energy. Energy is bullish, as we well know. GLD, I can't figure this one out. I continuously pound that I like this chart. Why do I like it? I like this base that happened in here, and I like this wedge that's formed right here. Alright? So we'll see if it can bust, alright? You know, just this cupping that's happening right here. And I'm not a gold person. Like, I don't believe, oh, inflation, go buy gold. That's not, I just trade charts. That's all I care about. The chart is screaming at me, pay attention, and it's just not busting out like I think it keeps wanting to do. So that's kind of, you know, where that is. XLE, more energy. Energy is just bullish, bullish, bullish. XOP is also energy, but this is more exploration. Again, bullish. I mean, these are just very strong charts. So your 20-year bond, not looking so healthy in bond land. Junior gold miners, they don't look good. They look as terrible as the silver gold miners, and the gold miners also look terrible. So I want to make sure that, pay attention to this disconnect here between the miners and the actual gold itself. All right, because the gold miners don't look good to me. This looks good. I haven't been able to trade it yet, but overall that looks good to me. Silver looks terrible. USO looks great. Oil overall, and we'll round out with the fear index. Fear index got crushed today. So we don't do technical analysis on a fear index, but we'll just say that, we can see that, looking at the recent what's happening here, because it's something you just want to take a real recent snapshot of on this. People aren't hedging down at the moment right now. So that's my short and skinny there on this. For Joe, we'll look at AAL, and I guess we'll wrap it up for the day because nobody's really here. American Airlines, you're really at you're at two mercies here. There's obviously some technical analysis to be done, but, where can American Airlines fly and restrictions and all those things like that. On a long-term basis here, we had a double top that happened, all right? We had this range. We broke down to this range now, all right? So, we can look at it like this. We can draw these boxes here, all right? All right? We can even do this as far as these boxes. So we have a box of a range down, box of a range down, box of a range down. If we can't claim and get this right here, our trend continues down. And that's what it looks like for American Airlines. Obviously, we got some major support rate going on in there too, and that's what I'd be looking at. Obviously very liquid stock, trading 45 mil shares or something like that. Yeah, 46 mil shares traded today, just a hair over what it's normally doing over the last 10 days. And we can see, snapshot here. YouTube Brian, thanks for popping in. We'll catch you tomorrow. Taking a snapshot of the volume here. We, pretty steady on this volume but there's some news that popped out here. And even earnings didn't do anything too special. I mean, we're moving up off of earnings. So maybe we can even take it like this. We've been in this long-term downtrend right here, but perhaps this is going to break that. Maybe the earnings were decent. I don't know. I didn't look at the earnings. And we could say as we move towards springtime in the northern hemisphere, people will begin to travel and fly more and do some things like that. You're going to have spring vacations and things like that coming up. So on a technical analysis basis, we're going to look at this kind of long-term trend line right there on that downside, and that if we can bust that moving up, that's where we want to go. If we can't get through that downward trend line, it's going to take us right back down to here again, though. And that's what I'd give you for AAL there, Joe Dagger. So, all right, everybody, thanks for watching. Appreciate the company. I will be back here tomorrow at 3:30 to do this all over again, Eastern Time, of course. And hopefully you guys will have some questions loaded up for me just like today. All right, thanks, everybody. You have a wonderful rest of your Tuesday.